A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Yes, the Goldbergs, brought to you Monday through Friday by the makers of Duz. And now, the Goldbergs. Back in Lastonbury, the Goldbergs have finally settled down in their cottage, but things are not the same. Sammy was injured in an automobile accident, and Sylvia Allison, the cause of Sammy's misfortune, is in the house, a silent girl with a gloomy face. Sammy, out of pity, still wants to marry her, but Molly has Sylvia's promise that this will never happen. Now, however, Molly is more concerned with Sammy's state of mind than with his health, for Sammy's changed since the accident. He's despondent and depressed, and Molly cannot break through the barrier he has raised. Young Dr. Cater, a rather well-known psychiatrist who is visiting his father in Lastonbury, has promised Molly to talk to her son this afternoon. As she waits for him, Molly is wondering whether he'll be able to help Sammy. Listen.
Are you coming out on the porch now? Yes, I'm out on the porch. All right. Come here, Sporty. Come on. Come on, Sporty. That's the boy. Come on. Come on. Lay down, Sporty. Lay down, Sporty.
Not so loud, dear. You'll wake Sammy who's sleeping. He can't hear us, Ma. What time is Dr. Cater's son coming, Ma?
He'll be here soon. Give me the rocker, yes, dear.
Oh, all right.
Lay down, Sporty. Lay down. All right. You're glad we're home, huh? All right. Oh, so look out. You'll bump my string beans out of my hand when I need them for supper time. All right, I believe you. Look how he's jumping. Come here. Lay down. Oh, lay down. Here, Ma. He's here. Oh, thank you. Oh, Rosalie, darling, have you ever seen so many people that came to ask about Sammy, huh? Oh, a village full of friends. Rosalie, darling, what did I do with that little knife? Give me that little knife. Oh, here. Thank you. Rosalie, darling, a person without friends, Mommy, is only half a person. Where is he running? Where are you running, Sporty? Who does he see? The cow. Oh, look how he's jumping. The Daisy wants to go into the barn already. What time is it already? It's nearly milking time, I imagine. Nearly 4 time. Open the barn door, darling.
Ma, I'll come over and do the milking for you, Ma.
Yeah, that's all right. Open the barn door, nevertheless, if Daisy wants to go in. Come on, Sporty. You! Hello, Floyd. I didn't see me. Oh, don't let him jump on you. Let's stop here. Let cooling down. I haven't got the cake. Let him go. Where did Sylvia go, Rosalie?
I didn't ask her, Ma.
Yeah? She was writing the letter, no? Uh-huh. She asked for the ink. But she evidently went to the post office. When Sammy fell asleep, she went.
Ma, you're beginning to make too many excuses for her.
Why? Because I said Sylvia went to the post office?
No, but you said she waited for Sammy to go to sleep.
Oh, no?
Nothing.
It's true she didn't let Sammy for a minute now.
Another way to have a hold on him.
Yeah. Now they have to watch and race. She promised me she'll leave when Sammy gets well. So we'll see.
And if she doesn't?
Rosalie, I'm not up to the bridge yet. When I am, I'll cross it. The clock is striking indoors. So, let me hear a minute.
I can go in and see the town.
5 o'clock. The doctor should be here already.
He's not really a doctor, is he, Ma?
Doctor, I don't know if he's MD. I mean, I think he has to be MD, too, no? He's a doctor that talks only. He cures with questions and answers, not medicine. So I don't know what his title is. His title must be a little different than MD.
He's a psychiatrist.
A psychiatrist?
Yes, something, too. And psychoanalyst.
Yeah.
So what's he going to do? Does he ask you any questions?
I think so.
No, I don't think Sammy needs a psychoanalyst, but I think Sylvia does.
Papa's car coming from the road.
Oh,
Papa's home already. I'm glad. You see, he didn't have patience to stay in the mill late. Wants to see the doctor also. Jay? Papa's nervous also.
Lay down. Look out, my clothes. Look out, Sporty. Look out.
David?
How is Sammy?
He's sleeping there.
How does it feel?
Fair.
Only fair, huh?
The doctor's coming soon. Yes. Come here, darling. Sit here on the porch.
I'm all right here. The step is comfortable. Where is she?
Sylvia?
Yes. Her name can't pass my lips, and don't make me say it.
She walked to the post office, I think.
She should only take a walk home. That would please me no end.
If you're warm, you take off your coat.
Did you heard me say I'm warm?
No, I didn't heard it. A glass of water, dear?
No.
Is that coming around the road? Round the road. I think so. So you're going, Jay?
I'll go and see if Sammy is sleeping.
Don't, Jay, darling. He has a bell by his bed. I gave him a little bell. If he's up, so he'll ring. Don't disturb him. Coming up here. Yes, sir. Coming up the terrace. Who can it be?
Hi! You looking for somebody?
Yes, the Goldbergs.
The Goldbergs. Go see Jake. He's looking for the Goldbergs. Go walk to the gate. He's looking for the Goldbergs. Ma, huh? Maybe it's the doctor. Huh? The doctor walking without a coat. The doctor without a satchel, without a hat. Huh? The doctor.
Molly, this is Dr. Cater's son.
Oh, excuse me. How do you do, doctor?
How do you do?
How do you do? Rosalie, run up and see if his family's up. Go pick a book.
No, don't bother him if he's asleep.
No, I won't bother him. Won't you take a seat, doctor?
Oh, thank you.
Are you comfortable on that chair?
Yes, thank you.
Doctor, if there are any questions you want to ask us...
Oh, no, not many, Mr. Goldberg. My father told me all he could, and I've got a general idea. Without seeing your son or even talking to him, I still feel there's nothing too serious involved.
Sylvia Ellison is a serious thing, Doctor.
You see, Doctor, my son doesn't love her. He pities her at the moment.
I see. Very commendable feeling. What kind of a girl is she?
Well,
my opinion isn't very scientific.
Well, you see, Doctor, she's very pretty, Dr. Taylor. And,
So my father said. He was quite taken up by her, look.
Well, everybody is.
Charming, too.
When she wants to be.
Mm-hmm. I suppose you people aren't exactly in love with her.
Not exactly.
If she's going to remain here a while, I'd be neutral if I were you.
What do you mean, neutral?
Whatever is wrong with your son comes from this girl.
Everything comes from Sylvia.
Well, then it's best to be neutral with her. Don't pretend to like, but be sure you treat her as a guest. Let her alone, but don't go out of your way to leave her alone.
She and her false love nearly killed my son. The boy was only a stripling. She was like a disease doctor that wormed her way into our family. First me, and then Sammy. Mrs. Goldberg was the only one that withstood her. A disease doctor like an epidemic.
You know how epidemics are cured, Mr. Goldberg?
What do you mean, Doctor?
The way to keep people from getting sick is to get rid of the carriers of the germ. The ones that bear the disease without being sick themselves.
I don't understand, Doctor.
Oh, well, what's wrong with your son is not something in him. It's something in that girl. You see, Mrs. Goldberg, Sammy isn't the real patient. The real patient is, Sammy and Sylvia together. Both of them. It's some idea that lives between them and joins them together. Now, they shouldn't be separated until that idea is discovered and brought to light. You were very wise, Mrs. Goldberg, bringing this girl here with you. It was half the battle.
Oh, here she comes now, Sylvia.
No?
The doctor coming around the back.
No, don't wait at her. I want to see what she's going to do.
Oh, she's walking around the back way.
Has that any significance, Doctor? Whether she comes in the front way or the back way?
Oh, yes. Yes, everything has. From your description of her, I would have expected her to come in the front way.
Oh, so what does it mean, Doctor?
That you've only told me what she's done, not what she is.
This calm doctor sits on the steps of the porch, talking easily, and Molly feels a great confidence steal through her. But just what has Dr. Cater in mind?
Well, there are few closer friendships than the one between our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, and her landlady, Mrs. Margaret Davis. They share each other's joys and sorrows, problems and secrets.
And one cat named Minerva. Last Thursday, this black beauty of the feline world was anticipating a blessed event. Hence, since 6:30 in the morning, we had been at the vet's, where an over-anxious Mrs. Davis had insisted on bringing Minerva. By we, I mean Mrs. Davis and me, and our neighbor's cat, Timothy.
2 hours. We've been waiting almost 2 hours. What's taking Dr. Anderson so long?
Please, Mrs. Davis, try to calm down. Even Timothy isn't as jumpy as you are. You're as nervous as a cat.
Meow. What is he doing here?
Well, why shouldn't he be here? He's Minerva's husband. Very nice of him to take such an interest. Now, Dr. Anderson said he'd ring in here when he was ready, so why not sit down and take it easy? How about reading something?
Well, all right. Hand me a magazine, Connie.
Which one do you want?
It doesn't make much difference. The one you're chewing on will be fine.
I guess I'm just a wee bit nervous myself. Now sit down, Mrs. Davis.
Very well. At least these chairs are nice and soft. Now, where did Timothy go?
You're sitting on him. Boy, that cat can sleep through anything.
This is no time for kidding, Connie. What's taking so long? Do you think everything's all right?
Oh, of course, Mrs. Davis. A normal litter is 5 kittens. And Dr. Anderson said Minerva might have even more. I'm just quoting the doctor, Timothy.
I hope nothing happens to Minerva. That kitty means a lot to me.
She means a lot to both of us.
Meow.
Correction. She means a lot to the 3 of us.
What a wonderful companion she's always been, especially when I was alone. Night after night, she used to sit at my feet with her ball of yarn, and I'd read aloud to her by the hour.
I guess you must have distracted her. In all that time, she never knitted one sweater.
Remember the cute little things she used to do in the morning? How she used to jump up on the dining room table when I brought you cereal.
I certainly do remember. That cat could lap the milk from under my cracklies before they stopped firing.
I can't help feeling something's wrong. Oh, Minerva, dear Minerva, don't leave me.
Oh, look, Mrs. Davis. Not only is Minerva not going to leave you, but in a few minutes she'll present you with so many little Minervas you won't know what to do with them.
That will be a problem, won't it?
Yes.
We can't possibly keep all of them here in our place.
Not unless we marry the milkman.
I know a lady in my sewing circle who'd take 2 of them. She's crazy about kittens.
Which lady is that?
Mrs. Katz. But you'll have to help me dispose of the rest, Connie. Perhaps somebody at Madison would help us out. Maybe Mr. Boynton would want a pet.
If he did, I wouldn't be single now.
Well, we'll cross that bridge. The signal. Dr. Anderson's finished. I'll be right back, Connie. Wait for me.
Well, only a few minutes more, Timothy, and you'll know how large a family you've got. I hope for the children's sake they look like Minerva. Well, anyway, the girls. But perhaps I'm jumping the gun. Until we get Mrs. Davis's report, there's no sense in conjecturing.
Connie, guess what? I'm a father. At least Timothy is.
You hear that, Tim? You're a father.
Meow. Of 8 cuddly kittens. Meow.
Goodbye, Mrs. Davis. Thanks for the lift. Well, good morning, Walter.
Greetings, elegant educator. And how is Madison's most sparkling and effervescent personality today?
She stopped fizzing an hour ago.
I noticed Mrs. Davis dropped you off. How come you didn't avail yourself of the Denton delivery service today?
It was sort of an emergency, Walter. I had to visit the veterinarian with Mrs. Davis.
Really? Oh, I hope you didn't find anything wrong with her. Well, don't you get it? You said you were going to a vet's with Mrs. Davis, and I said...
I know what you said, Walter. And I'm willing to forget it if you are. Actually, Mrs. Davis became a grandmother today.
A grandmother? No fooling. What did he weigh?
About 1/4 pound each. That's 2 pounds altogether. 8 times 1/4 pound.
You're not reaching me, Miss Brooks.
It was Minerva, Walter. It's like this. Minerva... Oh, what's the use? You're old enough to have heard about the birds and bees, aren't you?
Don't tell me Minerva gave birth to 8 bees.
No, but the kittens she had aren't much bigger. Which brings us, by way of prosaic, to the subject at hand. What are Mrs. Davis and I going to do with 8 kittens?
Well, you should have thought of that before you... What am I saying? Now, please, Miss Brooks, if there's any way in which I can be of help...
There is, Walter. You're fond of pets, aren't you?
Oh, sure I am.
Then it's settled. You can take 2 of the kittens home.
Yeah, well, I'd like nothing better, but how do you think they get along with Wolf?
Wolf?
Yeah, my father's police dog. He's awfully vicious. Only listens to my father. He's what they call a one-man dog.
That's enough of a meal for any dog. Don't you keep him muzzled?
Well, my parents tried that, but he chewed through 4 of them. The muzzles, not parents. And then, too, we've got to consider Wolf's pal.
Who's his pal, a mongoose?
No, but almost as bad. My dad thought it would calm him down if he had a companion, so he brought home a pretty bloodthirsty bulldog the other night. Now, all in all, I don't think our house is the spot for a kitten.
It doesn't sound like any Shangri-La.
Hey, I've got an idea. Why don't you try Mr. Boynton?
I'd love to. I mean, that's my next stop. I hope you don't mind my dropping in on you before class, Mr. Boynton.
Not at all, Miss Brooks. It's nice to have you visit my lab, occasionally. You'll have to excuse me for a moment while I finish feeding these rabbits.
Go right ahead.
I bet you've never seen anyone fed with an eyedropper before.
Not since the last time you treated for lunch. No, I never have, Mr. Boynton.
Now, open your mouth. Wider. Come on, wider still.
Why not go?
Please, Miss Brooks, they won't eat when you're clowning like that. It'll just take another minute.
Well, if I'm disturbing you, Mr. Boynton...
No, you're not disturbing me at all, Miss Brooks. That's one thing about you. When you're in the lab with me, I can always concentrate perfectly on whatever else I'm doing.
That's what I get for buying a perfume called...
Now, what was it you wanted to see me about?
Well, to begin at the beginning, Mr. Boynton, I went to the vet's this morning with Mrs. Davis.
Really? I hope he didn't find anything wrong with her. I guess I can get off a good one myself once in a while, eh, Miss Brooks?
You got off that one too soon. It hasn't hatched yet. We went to the vet because of Mrs. Davis's cat, Minerva.
What happened to her?
What happened to her also happens to a dog. She had 8 puppies. A kitten.
Good grief, what are you going to do with 8 kittens?
Now, that's what I call a leading question, Mr. Boynton. Since you're so fond of pets, it gives me great pleasure to offer you any 2 of the kittens you want.
Why, I'd love to take a couple of them, Miss Brooks.
Good, then it's settled. As soon as they can leave their mother,
You didn't let me finish. I'd love to take them, but I can't.
Why not? Have you got a bloodthirsty bulldog, too?
No, but there's my pet frog, McDougal. He's allergic to cats.
Well, I'm allergic to McDougal. You stay out of this, Mac.
Besides, a kitten requires more attention than a frog. I'm hardly ever in my apartment, Miss Brooks, and, well, as much as I'd like to help you out, it just simmers down to the simple question, what can a bachelor do?
Ooh-hoo-hoo, have I got an answer for that one. Well, try as I night, I couldn't find a home for any of Minerva's kittens. And by lunchtime, I had almost exhausted my list of prospects. That is, all except one, our beloved principal, Mr. Conklin. Mindful of the adage, you can catch more flies with honey than you can with vinegar, I decided to visit his web. I went to his office at noon, bearing a large slab of his favorite dessert, banana cream pie. When Mr. Conklin saw me in his doorway, his reaction was one of pure delight.
Please, Miss Brooks, whatever you were going to do with that pie, don't do it.
But, Mr. Conklin,
I know you've been under a strain lately, but I've just had this suit cleaned. And it's such a gooey pie.
But, sir, I was just going to let you have it.
That's what I was afraid of.
Here, I'll just set it down on your desk near the chair. There. See, I didn't get any on you at all.
I'm not out of the woods yet. It'll probably jump into my lap after you leave. Now, what, may I ask, is the reason behind this sacrificial offering?
It's merely a slight expression of my esteem for a good and kind principal.
If it's all the same to you, I feel safer when I'm crabby, mean old Marblehead. Now, what do you want, Miss Brooks?
Want? Well, surely I can make a nice gesture toward you without wanting something, can't I?
Well, I suppose so.
That's better. Now, here's what I want. You see, sir, Mrs. Davis and I had to go to the vet's this morning.
Really? I hope he didn't find anything wrong with you.
Well, at least it's a switch.
I hope he didn't find anything wrong with you. Do you get it?
I've had it. Look, Mr. Conklin, we went to the vet's because our cat Minerva had a litter this morning.
Oh, congratulations. Was it a preponderance of boys or girls?
Oh, we don't know yet, but they're 8 of the cutest kittens you ever saw. Minerva's so proud.
Indeed. Remind me to drop her a card on Mother's Day. Now, tell me, Miss Brooks, what in heaven's name are you going to do with 8 kittens?
That's just the question I needed here. Mr. Conklin, we can't possibly keep all those kittens, so I thought you and Mrs. Conklin might take a couple off our hands.
You thought what? For your information, Miss Brooks, my home is not now, nor will it ever be, a depot for stray felines. I am definitely anti-cat.
But, Mr. Conklin...
And even if I were, you have chosen the worst possible time to bring up the subject of household pets. Only last month, I got rid of a gigantic police dog.
A police dog?
My wife had taken a fancy to the brute. Why, for weeks she spent every evening with him in our living room.
Where did you spend yours?
On top of the piano. What a vicious beast he was. Even his name made me nervous. Wolf.
Wolf? But I know a wolf.
Keep your private affairs to yourself. The only reason I permitted the animal to enter my house was because of my wife. Someone told her the previous owner had been mean to the creature, and that's all she needed. My wife falls for every sob story she hears about animals.
She must be awfully tender-headed. Hearted.
She is indeed. In the last few years, we've had a steady procession of parrots, canaries, goldfish, monkeys, and dogs. Why, we even harbored a small deer at one time.
A deer? How did she happen to take that?
Someone told her he'd sprained his ankle falling out of a tree. But to get back to the latest monster, I got rid of Wolf by presenting him to the father of one of my pet peeves, Walter Denton.
Yes, I know.
Sometimes I can picture them both in the backyard together, and I conjure up a rather delightful vision. A vision wherein one of them slips his leash and they clash. But enough of the animal world. You'll have to work out some other
excuse me, Daddy, but it's important.
Oh, what is it, Harriet?
The school custodian wants to see you right away. One of the furnace pipes is leaking.
Harriet, don't get so close to the desk.
But he says it's urgent, Daddy, and...
Watch out for that pie.
Oh!
Oh, there's no damage, sir. Luckily, it fell on this old rag on the chair.
That old rag happens to be my top coat. I knew you'd get me sooner or later.
But it wasn't Miss Brooks' fault, Daddy. She just...
Quiet, collaborator. Now, come on. Lead me to the trouble spot. You stay here and take any incoming phone calls, Miss Brooks.
But, sir, what about my lunch?
You'll find a delicious piece of banana pie on the second button of that coat. I do everything in this school with my own two hands. It doesn't get done at all.
I have to do everything in this school with my own two hands. It doesn't get...
What a sour ball. Really? Oh, well, we can't all be... Hello? Sour Ball's office?
Is that you, Connie?
Yes, Mrs. Davis?
That's right, dear. I haven't been able to find a home for any of the kittens yet.
Me either, Mrs. Davis, but I think I've got an idea.
Good. Oh, before you tell me what it is, Connie, the funniest thing happened when I spoke to the chairwoman of the Ladies' Aid about our dilemma.
What was it?
Well, first I said, I went to the vet's this morning with Connie Brooks, and then she said...
Really? I hope he didn't find anything wrong with her. Well, now we've completed the cycle. But, Mrs. Davis, through Mr. Conklin, I think I've picked up a clue that may solve our problem. That is, if Walter and Harriet and Mr. Boynton cooperate. Now, here's the scheme. You bring Minerva and the kittens down to the side entrance of Madison right after school.
Mr. Conklin isn't back from school yet, Miss Brooks, but you can wait for him right here in his study.
Thanks, Mrs. Conklin. I'll just put this basket down. There. It's pretty heavy.
It looks like a laundry basket with a pillow slip over it.
That's what it is, a laundry basket with a pillow slip over it.
I see. Going to drop it off on your way home?
I wish I could. No, I'm afraid it's not as simple as that.
I don't understand. What's in the basket?
In the basket? Oh, nothing much. Nothing worth meowing about. I say nothing worth meowing about.
Meow.
Let me see that basket. Why, there's a cat in here. And a kitten. And another kitten. And another kitten.
Keep going. I'll wait.
Whose cat is this, Miss Brooks?
She belongs to someone who lives very close to us, Mrs. Conklin, but I'd rather not burden you with a whole heartbreaking and pathetic story.
What story?
No, Mrs. Conklin, you've got enough troubles of your own.
Oh, please, Miss Brooks. What troubles have I got? There's just Mr. Conklin to look after.
See what I mean? No, I wouldn't want you to know that the neighbor to whom these little creatures belong used to beat their mother every day.
He used to beat her?
Not only that, but he made her work for him. Every night when he cleaned out his furnace, he tied a cart to her and made her haul the ashes outside. That cat works like a dog, Mrs. Conklin.
How terrible. But how did she manage to have these kittens? They look like they were just born.
It was her first day off in a month. That's why I picked them up out of the driveway where he left them.
Oh, how could anyone be so cruel?
He practices a lot. I asked Mrs. Davis if we might keep them, but our place is so small, it's out of the question.
But what are you going to do with them?
Return them to our neighbor, I guess. At least they'll be fed while they're getting beaten.
Oh, I'd give anything if I could keep them here.
It's a deal.
But I'm afraid Mr. Conklin wouldn't stand for it. Not after the experience he went through with our police dog, Wolf. Honestly, sometimes I think Mr. Conklin was jealous of him.
Wolf probably barked louder.
There was only some way I could keep them.
Oh, forget it, Mrs. Conklin. Why should you concern yourself over the horrible fate that's inevitable for these tiny little innocent kittens who've never harmed anyone? I'll just take them and return them.
Wait, I will keep them. I'll just have to refrain from telling Osgood about it until he's in a really gay mood.
They'll be old cats by then.
Now, let's see if they're comfortable. Oh, they look a little cramped in that basket. I'll just put this pillow slip on the desk and rest some of them on that. Come on, Kitty. Now you two. Now don't you worry, Mama. I won't hurt your babies. I'll just put 2 more on the desk, and we'll all be more comfy, won't we?
I feel better already.
Mother, I'm home.
Oh, no. Quick, put the big cat in the basket behind the couch. Be with you in a minute, dear.
What about those kittens on the desk?
I'll put them in these drawers. They're nice and roomy, thank goodness. There, now. Everything's out of sight. Keep your fingers crossed.
As soon as they stop shaking.
Well, yes, I've had quite a trying day at school.
Good afternoon, Mr. Conklin.
And I can see it hasn't ended. What are you doing here, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I invited her over to have tea with us, Osgood. I thought that would be nice.
Tea? Where is the tea?
It's in us. We couldn't wait.
No, we felt a bit weak. We've all had a rather hard day, dear.
Well, I'll go along with that. Now, if you'll both excuse me, I've got some things to do at my desk before dinner.
Things to do?
At your desk?
Before dinner?
You must be weak. It takes 2 of you to hold up 1 sentence.
But, Osgood, it isn't good for you to get to work as soon as you come home. You've been under a most grueling pressure for the past 8 hours.
Yes, indeed, sir. You have no idea how much that sitting around all day takes out of you. I mean, sitting around and making decisions is no sin.
Why don't you go into the living room and sprawl out on the couch and take a nice nap?
For about 10 hours. You know what the doctors say. There's nothing like a cat nap to make... Why don't I just shut up?
That's the best suggestion you've made in months. Now, please pardon me, but I've got to jot down some notes. Let's see, my pencils must be in this drawer here. Oh, dear, it's always so cluttered up. Better take this blotter out first. Then I'll remove these 2 furry black paperweights. Now this carbon paper can go. Oh, just as I thought. Here are my pencils, right... Furry black paperweights! Martha, what are these 2 kittens doing in the top drawer of my desk?
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Alfred, calm down. I can explain. Now, you might as well open the next drawer.
The next drawer? There are 2 more kittens in here. Gad, the place is infested with them.
That's the way it goes, Mr. Conklin. Some desks have termites. Yours has kittens.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Conklin soon put 2 and 2 together. Then I took the 4 of them and put them back in the basket with their mother. Even though I had told her a rather large fib, Mrs. Conklin was quick to forgive.
After all, Osgood, Miss Brooks is only guilty of wanting to find a home for these 8 helpless kittens.
Granted. And I'll be more than happy to suspend her sentence if she will immediately collect her mewling Mausers and march.
Well, I guess there's nothing else I can do. Of course, Mrs. Conklin, I was hoping someone could keep them at least until they're old enough to be torn from their mother's side.
Oh, I'd love to. Osgood, don't you think
Not another word, Martha. In the month that mastodon wolf was under this roof, my nervous system had all the pep it could stand.
Mother, Daddy, I'm home, and guess what?
What?
That's what.
Oh, Gad! He's back!
Yes, Daddy. Wolf broke out of the Denton's backyard, and he's on our front porch this very minute.
Well, what's he doing there?
Well, when I left him, he'd just eaten up half the welcome mat.
Oh, the poor dear.
I hope it doesn't dull his fangs.
He just won't stay at the Denton's, Daddy. I think he wants to come back and live with us.
I couldn't stand it. Not for another minute. You've got to get rid of him. Somebody's got to take him away.
Mr. Conklin, I'll make you a proposition. If you'll let Mrs. Conklin keep the kittens here, I'll take Wolf home with me.
What's that? If we keep the kittens, you will remove that dinosaur from the premises?
Yes, sir. What do you say?
Here, kitty, nice kitty. Here, kitty.
Then it's agreed. Goodbye, Mrs. Conklin, and thanks for everything.
Good night, Miss Brooks, and thank you.
Wolf! Where are you, Wolf?
Right over here, Miss Brooks. Did I do a good job of barking?
Oh, just perfect, Mr. Boynton. You were very convincing.
Then they're going to keep the kittens.
They certainly are. And now the least I can do is keep my end of the bargain.
What do you mean, Miss Brooks?
Come on, Wolf. We're going home.
Discovery for your whole family wash.
Tide is dirt. Our Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Yes, it's the Red Skelton program with David Rose and his orchestra, the Four Knights, Verna Felton, Lorene Tuttle, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. They say curiosity killed a cat. Well, I don't know about that, but it certainly can cause trouble for human beings. For instance, here's what happened to MGM's favorite comedian, Red Skelton.
Hello, Skelton's residence.
This Rod O'Connor's right there?
Yeah, he's here, but he's doing his spring cleaning in the den.
I'll be right over. This I gotta see.
Mr. Skelton?
Yes?
Rod O'Connor called. My, this den sure is a mess.
Yeah, but you know it's a lot of fun to do spring cleaning. You always run across things that's been missing for years. I pulled down the window behind and found a pair of pants I've been pressing for 3 years.
I see you cleaned the television screen, too.
Yeah, boy, but what a job. It took me 3 hours. Every time I got the thing wiped off, Hop-along Cassidy would ride by and get it all dusty again. Oh, it's a lot of fun, though.
What got under you all of a sudden to make you want to clean your den?
What got under me all of a sudden? I don't know. I figured it was about time to clean up this place. Yesterday, the dog next door came in and buried a bone over in the corner there.
Oh, Mr. Skelton, you sure are a card.
Oh, yeah.
You should hire someone to do this cleaning.
I got news for you. You're supposed to be doing it.
No, sir. I only do lighthouse work.
I know, and this is no lighthouse.
Besides, this was supposed to be my day off.
Well, I know, but you took yesterday off instead. You said you were going to a funeral.
I was, but I couldn't find any good ones to go to. Well, I'll let you get back to your cleaning.
Oh.
Oh, here's a morning paper. Did you see this?
What is it? What is it?
A man has been sealed in a room for 10 years.
Well, all the dirty things. What some people won't do to miss my program. Is this his picture? Oh, look at that guy, will you? Well, little by little, those Republicans will be found.
Did you see how he was dressed?
Well, sure. If I hadn't paid taxes for 10 years, I could dress like that, too.
Oh, someone's at the back door. I'll go see who it is. Well, howdy, Twain.
Well, howdy, doody.
What are you doing here? Aren't you still working at the bakery?
Yeah, I got promoted to the assistant crumb inspector. And I was looking at them crumbs and... well, it reminded me I hadn't seen you in 12 hours.
Why, you overwrite nobody. Tell me, didn't Mother Nature give you any brains at all?
Yep, she did. I sure wish you'd have given me something I could use.
You said it. Well, you go down in history as a stumble in the march of time.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. Some people think I'm important. Just got a new job this morning. Steam fitter.
A what?
Steam fitter. Very tedious work, you know. That steam's very hot, and it burns your hands, you know. It's hard to handle, you know.
Right.
Well, I don't know, but I'll think of something. But steam fitters are fast that way, you know.
What is a steam fitter?
Mm-hmm.
Your mind is wandering.
It won't go far, I'll say.
I said, what is a steam fitter?
Well, a steam fitter is, well, you take two pieces of steam and you fit them together. I'll never do that again, I'll say.
Slim, I got work to do. Get lost. Top a walk. Go crawl up the rain spout, you drip.
Well, why don't you just tell me to leave and stop beating around the bush? After all, I get those broad hints. There are other fish in the sea.
And you're just the worm to catch them.
No, that doesn't. I'm walking out of here and out of your life forever.
Well, don't walk that way. There are a lot of gopher holes in the yard.
I'll walk anyway. I want to.
Oh, he fell. Am I all right?
Oh, my goodness.
Am I all right? Speak to me. Don't just look at me with those big sad eyes. I'm sorry. Here, I'll kiss you and make you feel better. There, how was that?
It sounds pretty good. I hope that gopher enjoyed it. I'm over here.
I might as well face it. I need glasses.
So do I with beer in them. Somebody's at the door. I'll get it.
Hi, Red.
Hi, Rod. Come on in.
What are you doing with an apron on? Cleaning house?
No, I found it. I had no place to put it, so I just tied it around me. Hey, you just showed up in time. Come on. You can help me carry this box of papers out to the incinerator to burn.
Okay.
Incinerator to burn.
Hey, there's that grumpy neighbor of yours.
Oh, yeah, you mean Mrs. Fussy? You know, I think I'm winning her over. Good morning, Mrs. Fussy.
Well, aren't you the nosy one? Since when is it any of your business how I am?
Well,
you must know I have indigestion. My feet are killing me, and I see specks in front of my eyes, and one of those specks is your head.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who asked how you were? And since you brought up the subject, I have a complaint to make about the way you played your radio last night, Mr. Skelton.
I didn't play my radio last night.
That's what I'm complaining about. You didn't play your radio, and you didn't wake me up, and I didn't hear my husband sneak in. Oh, aren't you the mouthy one this morning? And I'm glad you brought up the subject.
What subject?
About your dog.
I didn't mention the dog.
That's the weak excuse that I ever heard one. Well, let me tell you something. Last night I found one of your dog's fleas on my peak.
You know, the longer you think about that, the funnier it gets. Oh, my God, Mrs. Now, look, Mrs.
Mr. Skelton, I don't have to listen to that kind of talk from you.
Oh, come on, Rod.
Just where do you think you're going with that basket full of paper?
I'm going out to burn them in my INCIN.
Not until the wind shifts. I will not have the smoke from your incinerator polluting my backyard.
Well, what do you want me to do? Teach the thing to inhale?
Aren't you the smarty one, though? Wait until I tell my husband Winston about you. Oh, if I could only get my hands on the real estate agent that sold you the house next to mine.
One of my dog's fleas on her peak? Well, I don't see how she got so fat, you know. Her mouth doesn't stop flipping long enough to put food in it.
I bet she could get a job in a fish store sitting in the window as a crab.
Yeah. Hey, we better look through this waste paper basket before we burn this stuff. Last week I burned 4 pages of ad libs.
Hey, you're not going to throw this away, are you?
What is it?
What is it? It's one of my commercials. Gee, do you realize what you're doing?
What?
Listen to this.
Tide is dirt out. Tide gets clothes cleaner than any soap.
Any soap?
Yes, any soap.
And that's only the beginning, because Tide not only gets clothes cleaner than any soap, but cleaner than any other suds. Cleaner than any other washing product known.
Tide gets clothes cleaner than all of them. T-I-D-E, Tide.
Yes, you can name any washing product known, and we still say Tide will get clothes cleaner. You see, Procter & Gamble's Tide does more than leave clothes free from dirt. It removes dingy soap film, too. Yet with all this amazing cleaning power, Tide is safe. Truly safe for all your washable colors. Yes, safe and more. Because colors actually brighten up when Tide washes away dingy soap film. And white things? In hardest water. Tide gets shirts, towels, sheets, whiter than any other washing product known. Yes, colors, whites, linens, work clothes, everything you wash gets the benefit of the promise that only Tide can make. No soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide. Aren't you ashamed of yourself for wanting to burn that?
Yeah, I guess I'm just getting careless. Gosh, and of all the people to remind me of it, as the four knights would say, it had to be you. It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around, finally found somebody who could make me be true or make me feel good. And even be glad, just to be sad, thinking of you. Some others I think might never be. Might never be cross. I try to be boss, but they wouldn't do. Nobody else gave me a thrill with all your faults. I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you. It had to be you. It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around, finally found somebody who could make me be true or make me feel good or even be glad, just to be sad, thinking of you. Some others I've seen might never be me, would never be cross. I try to be boss, but they wouldn't do. Nobody else gave me a thrill with all your faults. I love you still. It had to be you, baby, wonderful you. Number on Coral Records, too.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Red, where are all these papers you're burning?
Oh, wait, you want to start again?
Yeah, I'll try it again. Hey, Red, where are all these papers we're burning?
Well, they're jokes we didn't use on the program. Hey, get a load of this one, will you? There was a fellow standing at a bar drinking, see? Yeah. And he was holding his nose. And his buddy says, "What's the matter? Don't you like the stuff?" He says, "I smell it. It makes my mouth water, and I don't like it diluted." Burn it. Burn it.
Hey, look at this one. I dreamed I died and went to heaven.
What woke you up?
The heat.
Burn it. Hey, look, here's a form letter.
Form letter?
Yeah, an ad for corsets. You know, that one might not burn. Our corn is a little green, you know.
Hey, what's this, a love note? Who's Fitzy?
I don't know any Fitzy. What does it say?
Dear Red, I am now at Wilshire and Elm. Stop in and see me. It's important. And it's signed Fitzy.
Don't know her. Burn it.
But she says it's important.
I don't know her. Burn it. Burn it up. Get the writer. Burn him, too.
Neither do I, but I'm interested.
Well, look, the note might have been written years ago.
Well, Fitzy sounds like someone who would wait.
Yeah, it sounds like one of those girls you write a letter to, but in the safe way. My dear darling, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
Well, why don't you go ask Georgia if she knows Fitzy?
Are you kidding? Go in and ask little Rita thing. I don't have that kind of insurance, Doc.
But you're innocent. You have nothing to hide.
Let's put it this way. Let's go ask your wife if she knows Fitzy.
I see your point.
Hey, maybe I should go see who she is, though. She might be part of my radio audience.
Yeah, and remember, it's the little things that count.
Huh? I'm going to have to learn to write with a pencil.
No, I'm kidding, Red. Come on, you're wasting time fighting with suspense. Come on, I'll go with you.
Well, supposing Georgie finds out.
Well, who wears the pants in your family? What are you, a man or a mouse?
Well, what do you think I am, a man or a mouse? Well, what do you think I am? Oh, come on, get down off that chair and tell me, what do you think I am?
Come on, let's go.
No, look, let's put you straight. I don't smoke, chew, drink, or run around.
Oh, well, we all have to go sooner or later. Come on, my car's down the street at Lippy's service station.
No, I better not.
Okay, I'll go. She's probably a nice little girl, young, beautiful, very discreet.
Wait, I'll get my hat and go with you.
Okay.
Pick me up at Schwab's drugstore, will you? I want to go get the new Vogue magazine. I like to know in advance what George is going to scare me with later.
All right. I'll go see if my car's ready. Hey, Willie. Willie Lump Lump, is my car ready?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Look, if you're through greasing my car, will you let me have it?
I'm through greasing the car, yeah. But I got to get this dent out of the fender, then.
There isn't a dent in my fender.
You mean to tell me it got wrinkled like that worrying about the payment?
How did you dent it? I say, how did you dent it?
Well, you see that gas pump over there?
Yeah?
Used to be over here.
Tell me something, will you?
What?
How did you ever get a job in a service station? You don't know how to grease a car, you don't know how to pump gas, you don't even know how to drive.
Well, it just goes to prove that none of us are perfect.
How come you're working anyway? Isn't that a little out of your line?
I'm only working for 2 weeks. See, this is my annual vacation from my unemployment compensation line.
You know what's wrong with you?
What?
You've been sampling too much of that tetraethyl.
Well, at least my tonsils don't have a ping in them anymore. What's the ping?
Well, I'm in a hurry. I'll just take my car as is.
Okay.
Say, would you mind wiping off my windshield?
That's what I'm here for. I'll do anything you want to. That's part of our duty, you know. Wipe off the windshield. The windshield ain't dirty. Wipe off the hood. Wipe off the car. Wipe off all the windows. If there's nothing on the car to wipe, look inside. There might be a small boy with a nasty nose.
We've been wiping it for a minute now, and I still can't see out of it. You missed the spot here.
Okay, I'll get it. Go in there and pick up the producer, will you?
Yes, the spot's still there.
It is, huh? I'll bet you $5 you can't show it to me now.
Well, I hope your insurance company likes to be kept busy because I'm going to put them to work. David Rose and the Tide Orchestra play Red Roses for a Blue Lady.
You know, that Bob Burns can really play a bazooka, can't he? Hey, Rod, do you think we're doing the right thing by trying to find out who this Pitsy character is?
Well, look, you just let me handle the whole affair. I'll start telling her something that'll make her forget all about you.
Now, what will you tell her?
I'll just tell her all about the new wash day miracle, Tide.
Oh, that'll make her come clean, yeah.
I'll say, look here, Fitzy. You know, there's an amazing number of really good wash day products in the market, which makes Tide all the more remarkable. Because Procter & Gamble's Tide gets clothes cleaner than the best of them. Cleaner than any soap. Cleaner than any other suds. Cleaner than any other washing product known. For Tide not only leaves clothes dirt-free, it removes dingy soap film, too. And yet with all this amazing cleaning power, Tide is truly safe for all your washable colors. In fact, Tide actually brightens those soap-dull colors and white things in hardest water. Tide gets them whiter than any other washing product known. Yes, I said in hardest water. For Tide works its miracles in any kind of water, anywhere. You get oceans of suds that look and feel different. And you get a wash line that really opens your eyes. For no soap, no other suds, no other washing product known will get your clothes as clean as Tide.
Well, now you can wipe the foam off your mouth, Sudsy, and let's get going, huh?
Hey, Red, isn't that Verna Felton walking down the street with all those groceries?
Yeah, let's stop and give her a lift, huh?
Oh, you're just trying to get out of meeting Fitzy.
Hiya, Verna. Hey, hop in. We'll give you a ride home.
That's sweet of you, Red. Hello, Moran.
Oh, hiya, Verna.
You all settled?
Well, yes, but the front suite is sort of crowded. Do you have enough room, Red?
Oh, sure. Am I crowding you, Rod?
No, but if my girdle pops, it'll all go through the windshield.
Hey, how come your grandson Junior's not with you, Verna?
Oh, he's at home. If his handcuffs have held out.
Oh, well, here's your house.
That's the fastest I've ever crossed the street. Won't you come in, Red?
No, thanks. I'm a little cramped here. I feel like I'm sitting on my own lap. Well, at least we were lucky it didn't pop.
Here, give me your packages and watch your step, Verna.
Thank you.
I'll be right out, Red.
I don't think I brought my key with me. Junior!
Hey, well, Nemo, what'd you do? Bring me one of them big balloons? Or is that a man?
Mr. O'Connor.
Answer me question.
What are you doing out of bed? I told you to take a nap.
I did take a nap, but Mr. Fowler next door, he yelled so loud I couldn't get any sleep.
Now, Mr. Fowler should be more considerate.
Yeah, he should.
Didn't he know you were in your room?
Well, sure he knew. Them bags of water didn't fall on him by himself, you know. Yeah?
Just for that, you come here to me.
No, you don't, kiddo. They don't get in.
Junior, you open this door at once.
If I open the door, what you going to do to me?
Why, nothing, dear. Nothing at all.
Well, it might be nothing to you, but it's the pain in the back of me lap to me.
Junior, if you'll open the door, Mama has a surprise for you.
Really? Yes.
You like ice cream?
Yes.
Well, here's an advertisement of a new ice cream parlor that's just opening up.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Sporty. That's mighty nice of you. Can you bring me nothing sweet to eat?
Now that I'm back, dear, I'll let you in on a little secret.
Right.
I hid the cookies in the oven.
Yeah, let you in on a secret, too. They ain't hid no more.
You found them.
Well, let's put it this way. We was bound to meet sooner or later.
Junior, is your grandfather home?
Well, I think so. I answered the door a few minutes ago and something crawled by me.
No, it was probably an old stray dog.
Well, if he was a pretty smart dog because I distinctly heard him bark, "Don't tell old Cold War I'm home."
You shouldn't talk about your grandfather like that in front of Mr. O'Connor. He's liable to get the wrong impression of him.
Oh.
Now, if you say one more thing, I'm going to spank you.
Okay.
Now, tell Mr. O'Connor you're sorry.
Well, how can I not say something and then tell him I'm sorry? What's he going to do, read my lips? The whole family's nuts.
I understand, Vern. I have 2 children of my own just like him.
Well, don't come crying to us about it.
I'll put these groceries in the kitchen. Junior, you entertain Mr. O'Connor. I'll be right back.
Well, blubber boy, here he is all alone and unprotected.
Yes, I know. I'm just wondering how I can make a break for it.
Would you like for me to entertain you, or would you rather pay me protection?
I'll pay. Here's a nickel.
A nickel? I see you don't want full coverage, huh?
How much is full coverage?
Well, I usually charge a dime. However, you had a pretty big hunk of coverage, you know. I'd have to make it 15 cents.
Well, here you are.
Oh, thanks. Boy, ain't I the mail-order Mickey Cohen.
I caught you pulling that old protection policy gag on again.
Oh, now, don't whip me.
Now, just for that, up to your room.
Okay,
Go up to
okay.
your room.
Oh, but before I go, I got $1 bill I took out of a pocketbook. Do you want it?
No, you'll return it.
Well, I tried to return it, but the lady said she don't want it.
Oh, well, in that case, dear, you can keep it.
Okay.
Whose pocketbook did you take it from?
Yours.
Well, I'll see you later, Verna.
Do call again, Rod. Goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Hey, Fatso!
Don't drop that on me.
Bombs away! Oh, I missed him. I missed him.
Hey, Red, start the car. Let's get out of here.
Well, here's the corner of Wilshire and Elm, Rod.
I still don't see why you wanted to park the car a block away and walk up here.
Well, it's better this way, you see. In case we have to run, we don't want a car to slow us down, you know.
Hey, look at the name on that store over there.
Yeah, Fitzpatrick's Lamp Shop.
Let's go and find out if she's there.
Okay, I'll follow you in, and that way nobody will see me. Hey, here's a couple of lamps like Georgia saw in a magazine that she wanted. Look at the price on them things, $50 a piece. Can you imagine paying $50 for lamps like that when candles are so cheap?
Oh, here comes a guy now.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. May I help you?
Yes, is Fritzy in? Yes, I'm Fritz. I don't like you.
My real name is Philpott, but everybody calls me Fritzy.
Oh, I see. Well, you know anything about this note, kiddo?
Dear Red, first chance you get, meet me. It's signed Fritzy, all right, but I didn't write it.
You didn't?
Oh, a red-headed lady came in and picked out some lamps and said that a red-headed man would pick them up.
Georgia did this.
Say, you must be Mr. Skelton.
Yeah.
Yes, your wife said I'd know you by your red hair, brown eyes, and the worried expression on your face.
I've been framed.
The amount due is $160.
Oh, no. If she thinks she can pull a trick like that on me to get her to buy her some lamps, she's got another guest coming. I don't care.
You better play it safe, Red. Better take those lamps. Maybe then she won't ask you to explain how you happen to be looking for a Fitzy that you didn't even know.
Well, wrap him up, will you? Wrap him up. I'll pay for him. Excuse me. Oh, the loot.
Fitzpatrick's lamp shop. Oh, yes, Mrs. Skelton. He's here.
Uh-oh.
It's for you, Mr. Skelton.
Hello, Little Red.
I see you found the note, Big Red.
Yeah, honey. What was the idea? I was going to buy you those lamps anyway. I was going to surprise you with them.
Of course you were, Big
Yeah.
Red.
Mm-hmm.
You're not mad at me for playing a trick on you?
Oh, no, gosh. And you're not sore at me for trailing Fitzy either, are you? Are you, Little Red? Little Red? Little Red? Hey, wrap up a couple more lamps, will you, for Big Red?
Thanks for being with us tonight. So the next Friday.
Let's saying goodbye now. Thanks for listening, and thanks for buying more and more of that one-story miracle Tide.
Tide is dirt outside, gets clothes cleaner than any soap. T-I-D-E, Tide.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Orchestra, the swingy singing of Connie Haynes. And that brave youth who bore through snow and ice a banner with this strange device.
Costello, what in the world have you got there?
Oh, what do you think it is?
It's a horse, isn't it?
That is the horse. What does it look like? A hip-on puppet, the hum-on, and a bus?
No. Costello, tell me the truth now. Where did you get that horse? Oh, Abbott, I bought it for $1.50 from a fellow that was wearing a white suit. And another thing, this horse is a hero. What do you mean? He won the Distinguished Service Cross. Look, it says right on his blanket, DSC. Distinguished Service Cross? Yeah, he won it. That means Department of Street Cleaning. You mean that fellow in the white suit was a street cleaner? Certainly. No wonder when I first spoke to him, he gave me the brush. Well, Costello, you've got to cut out this nonsense. Now, last week you bought a dog, this week you bought a horse. Now, the next thing you know, you'll buy an elephant. I did buy an elephant. Huh? I bought an elephant, Abbott. What do you I mean? had to give him back. Why? They would let me bring him home on a streetcar. Oh, Costello, take that horse out of here right now and give him back to the man. Go ahead. No, Abbott. Come on. Please don't. Yes. Don't make me give him back. Abbott, I love animals. I want to keep him. Don't make me give Peanut Butter back. He's the sweetest, nicest horse I ever met. Come here, Peanut Butter. That's a nice girl. That's a pretty girl. Peanut Butter, give Abbott a great big kiss. Sure cools you off, don't it? Costello, take that horse outside right now and turn him loose. Wait a minute, Abbott. No, Come on. I can't do that. Peanut Butter is hungry, and I got to feed him. Hey, what does a horse eat? A horse eats his fodder. He eats his fodder? Certainly. Well, that's fine. And what does a horse's fodder eat? He eats his fodder. Well, what do you know? And what does a horse's mother eat? She eats her fodder. What are they, cannibals? Certainly not. Every horse has to eat his fodder. Oh, I see. He eats his fodder, Yes. and then his fodder eats his fodder, That's it. and then his mother eats her fodder, and the next thing you know, there won't be no fodders left for Father's Day. No. You dummy, to feed a horse, you take a bag and put his fodder in it. Does he stand for it? Certainly. You mean you put his fodder in a bag? That's right. And you hang his fodder on his nose. Now, ain't that a pretty picture? A horse walking around with his fodder hanging on his nose. When you talk sense, Costello. Now, if you intend to keep that horse around here, you have to take care of him yourself. You're going to be the horse's groom. I'm going to be the horse's what? His groom. You said you loved the horse, didn't you? Yeah, but I don't have to marry him. Look, Costello, when I say groom, I mean you have to curry the horse. I have to what? Curry. Curry the horse? That's right. He's big enough to walk himself. Now, look, Abbott. I'm going to take Peanut Butter out to Hollywood Park, and I'm going to enter him in the races. The track is pretty muddy. Do you think he'll be able to race? What is he, a mutter? A what? I said, is he a mutter? How can he be a mutter? Ain't a she always a mutter? Well, certainly not. Sometimes a he makes a better mutter than a she. What do you know? Look, Abbott, suppose a mama horse has little horses. Does that make her a mutter? Well, that depends on her feet. You learn something new every day, don't you?
No, Costello, a mutter is a horse that likes to run in mud on account of having sore feet.
Well, in that case, I guess Peanut Butter is a mutter because I saw him limping on his two front feet.
Oh, I see. He's having trouble with his forelegs.
Why, certainly, because what'd you say?
I said he's having trouble with his forelegs.
I just got through telling you he was only limping with his two front legs.
Costello, your horse's forelegs are in front.
His forelegs are in front.
Yes.
What are those things in the back?
Look, you don't understand. Your horse has forelegs in front and hind legs in back.
Forelegs in the front and hind legs in back.
That's right.
What I got, a centipede?
Look, Costello, your horse only has 4 legs.
I know.
Well.
But he only races on 3 of them.
What does he do with the other legs?
He trips the other horses.
Costello.
He's a dirty horse.
I can imagine that.
He cheats.
Yes, I can see that. But look, Costello, that broken-down horse doesn't belong on a racetrack. Who'd ever bet on a nag like that? Look at it.
I would.
You would.
I'm going to take all my money out of my piggy bank. I'm even going to sell my erector set and my ping-pong paddles.
You're going to sell all that for what?
And my nickels and marbles, and I'm going to bet every cent of my money on my horse.
No, that's ridiculous, Costello. Putting all your money on a horse. Big gamblers don't do that.
Oh, no? Well,
No.
the biggest gambler that ever lived did it.
And just who was the biggest gambler that ever lived?
Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva was a...
Lady Godiva.
Lady Godiva was a gambler?
Yep. She put everything she had on a horse.
Johnny Haynes sings the season's new hit, Base of Memory.
There's some time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. The joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me? It's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be through. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true. The joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this thrill before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me? With friend, it's you I adore. Dearest one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing and my life would be Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my
now with a special treatment of a swell samba hit from Latin America, Tico Tico.
Costello, where did your horse learn that dance step?
Oh, he's a hostess at the Hollywood Canteen.
Well, Lou, not horses. You mean hostess. All right, Costello, come on. Here we are at the Hollywood racetrack. Now, we've got to see one of the officials and register your horse.
Why register him now? The election's over.
No.
He don't want to vote anyway.
You dummy. In order to enter your horse in the race, You've got to show his pedigree. For instance, who was your horse foaled by?
I beg your pardon?
Who was your horse foaled by?
He wasn't fooled by anybody. He's a very smart horse, Abbott.
No, Costello.
My horse is no dummy.
No, you don't understand. You've got to tell them all about your horse, his age, his weight, and your horse's height. Do you know your horse's height?
Oh, sure, I know him very good. He's a very good friend of mine.
Who's a friend of yours?
Horse's height, the band leader.
Oh.
I know him very good because I run around with his brother, Gesundheit.
Cut out the nonsense. Come on, let's see if we can find a jockey to ride your horse. Well, it's our old friend, Kitten.
Oh, my hello, Mr. Abbott, and you too, Mr. Cosmello. My goodness, I haven't seen you in a long distance. I understand that you're looking for a jockey.
Now, just a minute, Kitzel. Are you trying to tell us that you know how to ride a horse?
Do I know how to ride a horse? I'm laughing.
I see that.
Why, for your information, I just got finished riding a horse across the whole country, from New York to Hollywood. I rode for days and days until the seat of my trousers were worn thin, and here I am.
You finally came through.
I finally came through.
Listen, Kitzel. Just a minute, please. That's my line. Yeah, please. Just a minute. Costello. Costello has just bought a horse, and he's looking for a good jockey.
Well, look no further because I'm just the man you're looking at. You know I lost only one race this year. And that was because my horse was scratched in the handicap.
Well, that's a very tender spot. Anybody that gets scratched
No,
in the handicap...
No, Costello. The handicap is like a derby. Kitzel, did you ever ride in a derby?
No, I always wear a stocking cap.
Look, Kitzel, you ain't going to ride my peanut butter. I'm going to get my kid brother Sebastian to ride him.
Well, you're making a big mistake because I'll have you to know I won the Dixie handicap riding on that famous horse, Ocean Cracker.
Ocean Cracker?
Yes.
I never heard of him.
He's the father of Seabiscuit. Oh, my goodness. I can see that you know very little about horses.
Oh, yeah? Well, let me tell you something, Kitzel. I hang out with all the famous cowboys. Last night I shot craps with Pink Rider.
Pink Rider?
Pink Rider.
Costello. I thought it was Red Rider.
It was, but I faded him.
Gentlemen, I can see that you doubt my ability as an equestrianer. Yes, I can see it. But I'm going to give you a sample of my fancy riding on my own horse. You see that him over there with the wooden saddle?
You ride a horse with a wooden saddle?
Oh, certainly. I like a wooden saddle. Watch me jump into it. Ow! Stever!
Hey, Costello, look. Here comes your little brother, Sebastian.
Hello, Louie. Hello, Uncle Bud.
Hello.
I'm all ready to ride Peanut Butter in the big race. I brought along a special saddle.
Do you call that a saddle?
Yeah.
That looks like one of your mother's old girdles.
It is. And if I see no horse is going to lose, I can let him out in the stretch.
All right. Costello, you go over and register your horse while I teach Sebastian how to ride.
You ain't going to teach me nothing.
Sebastian, you listen to your Uncle Bud.
I won't.
You will. I won't. You will. I won't. I'm going crazy. You will. I won't. Well, that was a photo finish.
Oh, go on, Costello. I'll take care of Sebastian. You go ahead.
Okay, see you later.
All right, go ahead. Now, Sebastian, we're going to give the horse a workout. All right? Now, hold still, Peanut Butter. Atta boy. Now, Sebastian, put that harness over his head. That's it now. Now, give him a bit in the mouth.
Give him a what?
Give him a bit in the mouth.
Give him a bit in the mouth?
Yes.
What kind of English is that? You mean give him a bite in the mouth?
Never mind that. Now you've got the bridle on. What happens to the reins?
They go away when the sun comes out.
No, I mean the reins on the horse.
Oh, let it rain on the horse. What do you want me to do? Hold an umbrella over him?
Sebastian. Why must you always be a smart aleck?
I don't know.
Your brother is depending on this horse race. He's depending on this horse to win it. And what are you doing? What are you doing? You stand here and ridicule this poor old horse. A horse that probably has a large family. He wants to win this race and go back to his green pastures, don't you think? And you won't help him. What's the matter with you?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
Uncle Bud, I don't know.
Oh, you don't know.
I guess I possess a cruel streak. I got a warped nature. I have no consideration for dumb animals. I should run the race and let the poor old horse sit in the saddle.
I'll say you should. But why do you continually persist in doing these things?
Oh, I'm a bad boy.
While Abbott and Costello are riding their horse out to the Hollywood Park, let's all take a ride with Connie Haynes on a trolley car.
With my high starch collar and my high top shoes and my hair piled high upon my head, I went to lose a jolly hour from the trolley and lost my heart instead. With his light brown derby and his bright green tie, he was quite the handsomest of men. I started to yen, so I counted to 10, then I counted to 10 again. Clang, clang, clang went the trolley. Ding, ding, ding went the bell. Zing, zing, zing went my heartstrings. For the moment I saw him, I fell. Chug, chug, chug went the motor. Bump, bump, bump went the brake. Thump, thump, thump went my heartstrings. When he smiled, I could feel the car shake. He tipped his hat and took a seat. He said he hoped he hadn't stepped upon my feet. He asked my name, I held my breath. I couldn't speak because he scared me half to death. Buzz, buzz, buzz went the buzzer. Flop, flop, flop went the wheel. Stop, stop, stop went my heartstrings. As he started to leave, I took hold of his sleeve with my hand. And as if it were planned, he stayed on with me, and it was grand just to stand with his hand holding mine to the end of the
Who told you that?
The track vegetarian.
Not vegetarian, you dope. That's veterinarian.
Veterinarian?
Yes.
That's what my grandfather is.
Your father is a horse doctor?
No, my grandfather. He's a veterinarian. A veterinarian in the Spanish-American War.
Oh, talk sense. What did the doctor say was wrong with your horse?
He said he was bugs. He said he had the crickets.
He didn't say crickets. Your horse has rickets.
Rickets? That's what my father drinks every night.
Your father drinks rickets?
Yeah, slow gin rickets.
Oh. Costello, quiet. Here comes the doctor now.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am Dr. Nazaro, the racetrack veterinarian.
Well, I'm glad to meet you, Doctor. Is it true that Costello's horse can't run this afternoon?
Well, I suppose he could run if he had the proper medical treatment. I'll tell you what you do, Costello. Run over to the drugstore and get a tube of sapparies, some little capillaries, and water peppercilamide to take the secret report. Then you buy a hypodermic needle and shoot the medicine in the left artery right above the crease. Between the capillaries, you bring all the frost. Don't buy any capsules because that'll be the seed. Then you put in the shoulder forces right and put it right below the twan. I beg your pardon? I said you put it right below the twan. I never do that to my horse. You got it, Costello. Now take your pencil and write this down. Okay. Dear druggist. Yeah. Please give Costello 1 tube of saturase with little drops of course and 1 bottle of catastrip hypnosterine and a jar of passive salt-free crystalline horpostrimidin. Now, have you got that written down?
I got it all but one part.
What part did you miss?
The part that comes after Dear Druggist. That's because you're not paying any attention, Costello.
Yes, I simply told you to get a little bit of a saturase device that you can rub on the case. I could tell you to get some hyperface for the hypnosis, but why should I pay what's all remain? You live in St. Martin, and I know what I'm talking about. You and nobody else!
Costello, how dare you insult the doctor? I can't understand you.
You can't understand me! Listen to him! This is the most outrageous thing I've heard in all my life. I'm a graduate of the Veterinary College of Francis Strong. You know where Mefford is? Well, it's 7 miles, turn to the right, over the pass, there's a great big celebrate, and you walk it up a set. I took medicine for 8 years.
Yeah, but you forgot to take the spoon out of your mouth. Costello, please.
Don't give me any of that.
Now, cut that out or the doctor won't treat your horse.
That's right, young man. You realize that your horse is suffering from a very severe case of twiddle salt and flint nip? It could be worse. You might have Savaries of the morbid princes out before the hypnosis. You know that when he's in that condition, why, he's liable to walk out the track and pull a steering. He wouldn't dare. Anything but to the Montana hair.
Never mind, Costello, doctor. Go ahead and get the horse ready for the race, please.
Very well. Where shall I send the bill?
Now it's my turn.
Bring your bill to room 509 in Valdepong, Jupiter Court building at the corner of Nicolaitis. It's right near Circuit Shakespeare Street. Okay, I'll be there. Where? You said it. What did I say? I mean, hey, Abbott, was that guy real or am I dreaming? I mean, I know it seems silly, but I'm pinching myself.
Young man, you're pinching me.
I'm not so silly after all.
Attention, everybody. The horses are at the post for the first race.
Come on, Costello. Your horse doesn't run till the last race. Let's make a few bets on the other races.
Racing form, Victor Racing Form. How about our racing form, young man?
A what?
I have the racing form.
Well, keep your coat buttoned and nobody will notice it.
Costello, this woman is a bookie.
She's a bookie. Yeah. Oh, Abbott, let's get out of here before her husband comes. I'm afraid of him.
You're afraid of her husband?
Yeah, everybody's afraid of the bookie man.
Oh, quiet. Quiet, Costello. Let's make a bet.
Yes, how about placing a bet with me?
What race are you running in?
I'd have won the last race of my own. What do you mean?
Look, come here. Costello. Look, never mind, Hire. The first race is about to start. I'll take your bet.
You're going to take my bet?
I'll take your bet.
Okay, Abbott, I'll bet $2. Here's the money.
They're off. The race is over. You lose.
Wait a minute! What kind of a bet was that? They're off. The race is over. You lose. What kind of a race was that?
What's wrong?
A one-step? Come on, run that race over again. I want to see it.
Pipe down. Now, in the next race, I want you to double up.
Double up? I ain't even straightened up from the left.
I mean, I want you to bet $4.
You want me to bet $4?
Yes.
$4 my eye.
My eye. That's a good horse. It's a bet. They're off. The race is over. You lose.
Will you wait a minute?
Stops walking. Accidents will happen. Maybe the horse got dust in his eye. You don't know. You know what dust is.
Yeah, dust is mud with the juice squeezed out.
Yeah. Now, in the next race...
There ain't going to be no next race.
But listen, there's only 2 horses in the next race. Jelly Bean and Lollipop. You bet on each horse and you can't lose.
Well, maybe that's right.
Certainly is right.
Jelly Bean and Lollipop.
2 horses.
I'm a sucker anyway.
Yeah.
2 horses.
Yeah.
I bet on each horse.
That's right.
I can't lose.
How can you lose?
Okay, here's $20 on Jelly Bean. Yeah. And here's $20 on Lollipop.
Good. The horses are at the post. Right. They're off. Look, Lollipop first, Jelly Bean second.
Come on, Jelly Pop.
You mean Lollipop.
I mean Jelly Pop. I'm betting on the 2 of them.
Wait a minute. They're rounding the turn. Lollipop first, Jelly Bean second.
Come on, somebody.
They're in the stretch. Lollipop first, Jelly Bean second. They're under the wire. And the winner, Percy Bar.
Percy Bar. Now, wait at the nuts.
Now, just a minute. In the last race...
That was my last race.
But wait a minute, Costello. There's only 1 horse in this last race.
Oh, 1 horse race.
Certainly.
You sound like one of them racetrack trouts.
No.
Trout.
All right.
But I wouldn't make another bet if there was no horses
your own horse, Peanut Butter.
Peanut Butter?
Yeah, one horse.
Hey, Abbott, you mean my own little horse, Peanut Butter?
Yes.
That's different. Come on. I'm going to bet everything I got on Peanut
Butter.
Butter. Here, Abbott.
What?
Put $10 on the nose.
$10 on the nose.
$10 on the tail.
$10 on the tail.
Here's another $10. Put it under the saddle.
What for?
In case he comes in sideways.
Look, you can't lose. It's a one-horse race.
One-horse race.
Look, they're off in a bunch.
Wait a minute! How can one horse be off in a bunch?
Hey, wait a minute. At the half, it's Peanut Butter.
Come on, Peanut Butter!
At the three-quarters, Peanut Butter.
Come on, Peanut Butter! Spread, Peanut Butter, spread! Spread out, Peanut Butter!
In the stretch. And the winner, Peanut Butter.
Oh, hooray! I win! I heard a Peanut Butter win! Give me my money.
Just a minute, folks. It's a photo finish.
Photo finish! One horse in the race. How can it be a photo finish?
Lollipop just came in from the last race.
He must be one of Bing Crosby's horses. Look, Abbott! Look over there! No wonder I lost.
What's the matter?
Here comes my little brother Sebastian riding on Peanut Butter. What's the matter with that kid? Look at the way he's riding. He's riding underneath the horse.
Sebastian, you should have won that race. What was the idea of riding underneath the horse instead of on top of him?
Well, it was Dr. Nazzaro's order.
Dr. Nazzaro told you to ride under the horse?
Yeah, he said the horse was sick, and he told me to watch his stomach.
Oh, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is floor. F-L-O-O-R.
Really?
You bet your life. It's Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood and brought to you for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers. The dealers who have on display the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission and the all-new Plymouth, your best buy in the low-priced field. And now, here he is, the one, the only...
That's me, Horace Greeley. Well, here I am again with $2,000 for one of our couples. A lot of money, huh?
It certainly is.
Would you like to win it?
Love to have it.
Well, maybe you'll know the answer. Would you split it with me?
I think it could be arranged.
It could be arranged with me, I know. I don't know. Who's first, George?
Well, Groucho, we invited some girls who work for a large manufacturing concern to the program tonight. Just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Patricia Darien, and her partner is Mr. Peter Ellesmere Jones. So, folks, would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Now, let's see. Patricia Darien, huh?
Yes.
And Mr. Peter Ellesmere Jones. Huh?
That's right.
In 7 years on the air, I think this is the first Jones we've ever had.
Well, it's not really Jones, you know.
It's not really Jones?
No, it's Ellesmere Jones with a hyphen sort of mixed up in between those.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, that name has a lot of dash to it if you have a hyphen there. Well, where are you from, Pete?
Well, I'm from Wales.
You're from Wales, huh? You're not Jones, you're Jonah. Huh?
Touche.
Well, let's get down to details. What sort of work do you do, Pete?
Well, I had my training as a civil and structural engineer, and at the moment I'm working for Kobig and Kobig on Wilshire, checking some structural steel work for the Marine Barracks at Camp Pendleton.
Oh. And where do you work, Pat?
I work for the Carnation Milk Company on Wilshire Boulevard.
Well, science is certainly wonderful. They're now getting milk from carnations. Huh? I know you could get it from milkweed, but I didn't know you could get it from carnations. Well, do you operate a milking machine for this outfit, or do you milk by hand?
No, I'm the secretary.
You're a secretary?
Yes,
Well, in that case, it's a good thing you don't milk the cows. They'd probably object to your shorthand. I've heard of your company. It's a very famous company, but I know they produce an awful lot of milk. How many cows do they own, Pat?
Groucho, we don't actually own any cows.
Well, where do you get your milk from? Coconuts?
The milk is sold to us by small local producers.
Small cows?
No, small producers.
Oh. Where are you from, Pat?
I was born in Peoria, Illinois.
Peoria, huh?
Yes.
Oh, big... Yeah, there's an old line. It was a show called Lightning many years ago. It was a very famous play on Broadway. And I remember this scene. The judge asked this girl, she said, why did you get married? And she said, well, I was in Peoria and it was raining. That's a very famous line out of the play Lightning. Frank Bacon was in it. Are you married?
No, I'm single, Groucho.
You're single, Groucho, huh? That's a funny name. Single Groucho, huh? Would you like to get married?
Well, eventually, probably, yes.
Eventually, why not now? You know that a flour company used that slogan and sold 45 million bags of flour? You should be able to bag one poor sucker. You married, Pete?
No, I'm afraid not. Well, I'm not afraid, but I'm not.
You're getting alarmed rather early, aren't you?
Not really.
No. Well, Pat, I'd like you to meet Mr. Ellesmere-Jones, huh? Pete, do you consider yourself an eligible bachelor?
Well, I consider myself a bachelor, but not particularly eligible.
You're alive and breathing, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Well, you're a very nice couple, and my advice is for both of you to win lots of money tonight and open a joint checking account. And you'll have something to argue about, and you'll have a very happy marriage. All right, now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. We start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you miss a question, you lose half of whatever you've got. Is that clear?
Yes.
If you think you've won enough, you can stop any time. Now, let's see how much money you can make. You selected music, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is. Now, what question do you want?
Oh, it's 70.
Fine.
All right, 75, did you say?
70.
All right, Jack Meakin and the orchestra will play a song. Let's see if you can identify it.
That's right. Porfirio?
Porfirio is right, yes.
You now have $170.
$170. Now, which question do you want to take?
80.
80? Okay. Andrew Segovia is one of the world's greatest performers on which instrument?
Wonderful.
Guitar.
Guitar is right.
You now have $250.
Now, you can go ahead or you can quit.
Wonderful.
90?
I'll try it.
Duke Ellington wrote the number Jack Meakin and the orchestra are going to play. You tell me the name of this modern classic. Play, Jack.
Moon Indigo?
Moon Indigo is right.
Yes, he's now playing the $340.
What a nest egg for your marriage, eh?
It's your last go.
It's your last chance to be the other couples. Which one are you going to go for?
Oh, might as well go.
Well, let's go 100.
All right, we all know the song Hail, Hail, the Gang's All Here. From what operetta was the tune taken?
Oh, you're kidding.
Talk it over.
I don't even know an operetta.
Floridor?
No, you ought to know this. You're English. It's The Pirates of Penzance by Gilbert and Sullivan.
Well, you lost half your bankroll, so you still have $170.
Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth Eagles.
Thank you, Groucho.
Sorry you didn't win.
Ladies and gentlemen, for a car with real power, real get up and go, try a DeSoto automatic with the mighty DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome V8 engine. This DeSoto Fire Dome engine is designed to give you power with maximum efficiency and economy. And the secret is in the design of the hemispherical combustion chambers. These dome-shaped chambers are the reason why the Fire Dome engine can squeeze every bit of power from your fuel. They enable you to drive your DeSoto automatic on regular gasoline and still get premium performance. Think of that. A 170 horsepower engine operating perfectly that lets you use regular gasoline. I'm sure that once you get behind the wheel of a DeSoto automatic and feel the smooth, powerful response of the mighty DeSoto 170 horsepower V8 engine, you'll say there's no other automobile engine can match it. Visit your DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow. You'll see that the great DeSoto 170 horsepower Fire Dome engine is just one reason why DeSoto puts you ahead automatically.
For the finest car yet, you should drive, you should get the DeSoto Automatic.
Remember, the dealer who sells the stunning DeSoto Automatic also sells the high-style Plymouth. Well, Groucho, we have some people with interesting stories for you now. They were chosen just before we went on the air, and here they come, Mrs. Pauline Mells and Mr. Eric Sanders. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome, folks, to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Mrs. Pauline Mells and Eric Sanders. Miss Mells, I'll start with you. What is your hometown?
Crookston, Minnesota.
What's that?
Crookston, Minnesota.
Somebody out there from Venezuela. You're married, I presume, Pauline?
Yes, I am. About 12 years.
12 years. Did you meet this chap in Crookston?
No, I met my husband in a singing class at night school.
Oh. You met your husband at a singing class in night school?
Yes, I did.
In other words, your romance got started off on a sour note, huh?
No, we got along beautifully.
Do you think a duet sounds better when a couple's in love?
I think so. Isn't there a saying that says if music is the food of love, play on?
Have you ever heard a couple of romantic cats on a back fence?
I don't think so.
Where are you from, Mr. Sanders? Sanders.
Mm-hmm. I was born in Colgate, Oklahoma.
Oh. Well, in that case, you must have a full set of teeth, eh? What sort of work do you do, Eric?
I sell worms.
You say you sell worms?
I do.
Well, who buys these worms? Early birds?
No.
Fish,
farmers and agriculturists and people who wish to better their soil.
Well, how do worms help the farmer? Do they give him some new angles?
Well, they certainly do. They homogenize the soil and loosen it up for aeration. And, of course, the castings of an earthworm is the richest soil known to science. That's homogenized and blending of all the materials in the soil, and it's deposited around the roots. And, of course, that helps in a tremendous number of ways.
Well, how does the worm know where to go?
They work around the roots of anything that lives, and they will eat nothing which lives, but anything which has lived and died.
Like vultures, aren't they?
Yes. As a matter of fact, they're good eating garbage, too. Dead animals, anything which has lived and died, either animal or vegetable.
I wish I'd have met you some months ago.
I wish you had, too. I really mean that.
You weren't planning on draping me around an orange tree, were you?
No, I was planning on making an earthworm farmer out of you.
Yeah, well, I expect you to give me some of those worms. I'm going to try it.
Give you?
Well, I'll buy them.
Oh, that's fine. Where do you want to deliver? I know where you live.
Deliver them tomorrow.
I can't make it tomorrow. I'm delivering $500 worth in Vista.
Well, I hadn't planned on any sale of that magnitude. Well, where do you live now?
Fullerton.
Fullerton. Well, couldn't you put the worms out and just tell them to come to my house? Huh?
No people write to me in Fullerton, just Fullerton, California, earthworms. That's the only right, and I get it.
Just Mr. Earthworms, Fullerton, California.
That's right.
Huh? Well, how is it you know so much about worms, Eric? Are you just naturally attracted to each other?
Yes, we have something in common. People don't realize how large an industry it's becoming because of the fact in California now there's an Earthworm Association with 200 members. I'm not affiliated with it myself because I've always felt that I could merchandise my own product. Mm-hmm. I've been reasonably successful.
Yes, you have. Particularly here, huh? Pauline, do you have any hobbies like raising ladybugs?
Yes, I have several hobbies.
Oh, here it comes, huh?
Well, cooking.
Well, let's take them one at a time. You a good cook?
Pretty good.
What's your husband's favorite dish?
Well, he's fond of my prime ribs.
I'm sure he is, but let's take the cooking. What does your husband do for a living?
He's a Los Angeles police officer.
Oh, a police officer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how do you like being married to a policeman?
Well,
I suppose it's all right in a pinch, but how... No groaning, please. Tell us about it.
Well, it has its good points and its bad points. Of course, their hours are long, and you never know when they're going to come home, and everybody's always yelling at them. And
well, they're yelling at everybody else, too.
They're on call 24 hours a day, and the pay isn't very high. And
Well, as Gilbert and Sullivan put it, a policeman's lot is not a happy one.
That's very true.
You happen to know that song, by the way?
Well, isn't that from the Pirates of Penzance?
Yeah, yes, it is. It's one of my favorites.
I think I might know it.
Should we try it? Huh?
I'll
Just a
do my
chorus or
best.
so. I'll start, and if you can remember, you just chime in, huh?
All right.
Okay? It's been a long time since I've sung this. When a felon's not engaged in his employment, or maturing his felonious little plan, his capacity for innocent enjoyment, is just as great as any honest man. Our feelings we with difficulty smother, when constabulary duties to be done. Oh, take one consideration with another. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. When constabulary duties to be done. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. Now, this is the part I like. The part I like. When the enterprising burglar's not a burgling, and the cutthroat is unoccupied in crime, oh, he loves to hear the little brook a-gurgling, and listen to the merry village chime, when a cost is finished jumping on his mother, oh, he loves to lie a-basking in the sun, oh, take one consideration with another. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. When constabulary duties to be done. A policeman's lot is not a happy one. Oh, this is pretty good. I may have to go back on the stage after. Well, it's been fun talking to you two, but the time has come to play You Bet Your Life. Now, we start you off with a $100 bankroll, and when you try to build it up. But when you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll. Is that clear?
In the race for the $2,000, the first couple won $170, and the secret word is floor.
Okay, now let's see how much money you can make. You selected culinary quiz.
Start with 70? All right,
70. Romano, Munster, and Brie are varieties of what food?
Cheese.
Cheese is correct.
Your bankroll is now $170.
$170. Now, which question do you want to try, Eric
80?
the Red?
80.
80.
What do you call a Hawaiian feast?
A luau.
Luau is correct. I'm glad you got it.
Well, you now have $250.
$250. Now, what do you want to try?
Shall we pass the 90?
Yeah.
90?
We'll try it.
What food do we get from the root of the cassave? C-A-S-S-A-V-E. It's a plant grown in the South that is commonly made into a pudding. And if you don't know, guess.
It's a breadfruit tree, and they pound it up and make a...
Yeah, but what is the name of the pudding?
Oh.
C-A-S-S-A-V-E. Well, take a guess.
Cassave?
No, sorry, it's tapioca.
Oh, sure. Oh, my heavens.
Well, you've lost half your bankroll, so you still have $125.
No, here's your last chance to be the other couple, so you can quit, whatever you want to do.
Well, we'll try the 100.
$100. All right. Gumbo is another word for what vegetable?
It's,
Okra.
Okra?
Okra. It's also my brother.
And you wind up with a grand total of $225.
Thanks, and good luck from the Soda Plymouth dealers. Give me a match. All right, George, who's next?
Well, Groucho, we have a married couple for you now. Dr. and Mrs. Jean Bordeaux. Would you come in, please, and meet Groucho Marx?
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you'll divide $100. It's a common word, something you find around the house. Dr. and Mrs. Jean Bordeaux, eh? Well, you're a very charming pair. Now, which one of you is Jean?
I am.
Oh, you are, huh? Mrs. Bordeaux, what shall I call you?
You just call me Mary.
Mary, huh? Well, that's a nice, sweet, simple, uninhibited name. Where are you from originally, Mary?
Well, I'm from Murray, Kentucky, Groucho.
Where?
Murray, Kentucky.
Murray, Kentucky?
Yes, it's really a very important town. It was really the birthplace of radio.
Is that so?
The man was Nathan B. Stubblefield.
Is that so?
Yes.
I thought Amos and Andy invented radio.
No.
Stubblefield?
Yeah, Stubblefield.
That was the name of the man who invented radio?
That was the name of the man.
Before Marconi?
Yes.
Wait till the Russians hear about that, huh?
He really did invent.
You know what? They're going to claim that they invented Stubblefield. Huh?
He really did invent it before Marconi, but, you know, as it often happens, that the real person doesn't get the credit, you know.
That's true. Now, Doc, by the way, what kind of a doctor are you, Doctor? Are you an MD, a DDS, or a BVD?
PhD.
A PhD, huh? You got to be pretty smart for that. Mary, does the doc give you a feeling of inferiority, or are you, like most wives, superior to your husband?
Oh, no, I have no feeling of inferiority. After all, I have 2 degrees myself. A.B., M.A.
That makes Mary 2 degrees smarter than you, eh?
I have an A.B. and an M.A. plus the Ph.D.
There are more degrees around here tonight than you'll find on a thermometer. As a Ph.D., Doc, have you ever done any teaching?
Yes, I taught at Whitworth College down in Mississippi, at USC, and the Dale Carnegie Institute of Public Speaking and Effective Human Relations.
Why do they call it the Institute of Public Speaking and Human Relations?
Because they teach public speaking and human relations.
Thanks. I thought they taught how to win friends. Why do you emphasize public speaking?
Few things are more important to anyone than to be able to speak effectively in public.
That's true. And one of the things that are more important is being able to keep your trap shut in public. Well, I didn't mean you. Me, I meant. Well, since you're an expert on public speaking, could you give us some tips on the subject, Doc? Could you boil it down to a few words?
Boiled down, I think you could sum it up by saying, just be yourself. Have a good opening. For example, you should startle an
audience. Good opening? You mean the back door, right near where
you should startle an audience.
You say you should startle your audience?
Yeah.
What do you mean? When you open your mouth, you should let a flock of pigeons fly out? How do you startle them?
For example, you might say to this audience, why did you come here tonight?
A lot of them have said that to each other.
Or you could startle an audience by standing in front of them with your hand closed and say, I'm going to open my hand and show you something the world has never seen before. And after I open my hand, they will never see this again. Open your hand, take out a peanut, crack it, and eat it.
It isn't enough that the audience eats popcorn. Now he wants the actors to eat peanuts. Doc, what sort of work are you doing now?
I'm a psychotherapist.
That means nothing to me. What are you doing, Doc?
I help people who have become emotionally upset to get back on an even keel emotionally.
Oh, you're a shrunken head man. You're a couch boy, is that it? What is it like being married to a psychotherapist? Does he ever try to analyze you, Mary?
Oh, yes, there are a few little problems connected with it. For instance, I sort of have a creative imagination, I think, and dream. I have just lovely little dreams, but I just can't dare mention them because, you know, to a psychotherapist, all dreams
have some significance.
Oh, yes, they're very dark. So if I tell my dream, why, he's liable to end up saying, well, now, who do you hate? And who do you want to murder now? And me, well, I love everybody. I long ago took Booker T. Washington's motto as mine. I resolved to let no man belittle my soul by making me hate him.
That's wonderful. Old Booker T. had plenty on the ball, didn't he?
He did.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've learned a lot talking to you two, but I imagine even a successful psychotherapist would like to win some money, wouldn't you? Huh? So let's play You Bet Your Life. Huh? You understand the game, huh? You try to run your original bankroll of $100 into more than our other couples. And remember, if you miss a question, you lose half your bankroll.
In the race for the $2,000, the earthworm grower and the housewife are leading with $225.
Now, let's see how much money you can make. You select a dictionary quiz, and remember, the more the question is worth, the harder it is.
How about $70?
You could discuss it with Mary there.
How
Don't
about
talk to
70?
me.
That's all right. We'll...
All right, what do you call the jars used for keeping tobacco fresh?
Humidor.
Humidor is right.
Your bankroll is now $170.
Now, what do you want to try?
How about 80?
It's ask Mary.
All
All right, how many years in a millennium?
1,000.
1,000 years is correct.
You now have $250.
You can quit or you can go ahead. It's up to you.
Let's go ahead.
All right, fine.
How about it?
yeah, let's go.
What do you want? 80,
About
90,
90?
10, anyone you want. 90. Most of the gold at Fort Knox is in the form of bars. What is the proper word for a bar of gold?
A bar.
Talk it over.
Come on, a bar of gold. Pig.
No, you're flirting with it. It's ingot.
Ingot. Oh.
Well, you lost half of your bankroll, so you now have $125.
Now, here's your last chance to be the other couple.
Make it 100.
100?
How about it?
All right. If a misanthrope hates mankind, what is a misogynist?
Oh, he hates women.
He sure does. Give him the money. Thanks and good luck to the Soda Plymouth dealer.
You wind up with $225. And that means, Groucho, that there's a tie for the big question chance. Mr. Sanders and Mrs. Mells with $225, and the doctor and his wife with $225. In just one moment, they'll get the chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. All right, Groucho, here are our winning couples. Mr. Sanders and Mrs. Mells and Dr. Bordeaux and his wife. All set for a chance at the $2,000 DeSoto Plymouth question. Now, each of the couples will write an answer on the card, and, of course, if they all get it right, we'll divide the money between them.
Think carefully and please no help in the audience. Here it is. For $2,000, what is the name given to the promontories on either side of the Straits of Gibraltar? One is in Spain and the other in Africa. It's a name that's been used for centuries. See your card. Sanders and Mrs. Mells, Malta. No, that's wrong. Dr. Bordeaux and his wife, Pillars of Hercules. Right. So you two win $2,000. Plus, how much in the quiz, George?
Well, you won $225 in the quiz.
That's $2,225. What are you going to do with all that money?
You won't believe us, but we're going to buy a DeSoto.
Are you? Why shouldn't I believe you? It's the best car on the market. Well, congratulations from the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You bet your life.
Thank you.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at the same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also brought to you by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember that the dealers who sell the outstanding DeSoto Automatic with fully automatic power flight transmission also have on display the remarkable new Plymouth, engineered and built to be your best buy in the low-priced field. DeSoto, Plymouth, two great new cars. Both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see the DeSoto Automatic.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Look out for the driver who doesn't look out for you. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jack Meakin. This is George Fenneman signing off with more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. You Bet Your Life is heard by our armed forces throughout the world.
And now get ready to smile again with radio's home folks, Crisco's Vic and Sade. Well, sir, it's late afternoon as we enter the small house halfway up in the next block now. And here in the living room we find Mr. Victor Gook and his son, Mr. Rush Gook, at the library table playing rummy. And the elder contestant is saying,
"Why do you sit and look sluggishly at your cards?"
Figuring out something.
At this rate, I'll be an old man before the game's over.
You take all the time you want.
Oh, what an outrageous falsehood. I play fast. My brain works like lightning speed at my flying fingers.
I'm discarding the 6 of diamonds.
Exactly what I need. By George, Williamson, you're in for an ignominious defeat. I mean to give you such a trouncing you'll gnash your teeth and tear your hair.
Here's mine.
Hi. Your father in here with you?
Yeah. We never get to finish the rummy game anymore.
Hello, Sadie. First girl to reach my side gets a hug and a kiss.
Put your rummies off to one side, fellas. We had big excitement around here today.
Indeed.
Mr. Gumpox and Mr. Donahue had an enormous fight this noon.
Indeed.
I just now heard about it. Been chatting with Mr. Gumpox out by the garbage box.
Fist fight?
No, they didn't actually hit each other, but they were both terrible mad.
I've never seen Mr. Gumpox terrible mad. Didn't think he could get terrible mad. The fellow that can get terrible mad is Mr. Razorskunk. By George, he really can get terrible mad.
Do you want to tell something, Rush, or would you like to have me tell something?
You go ahead.
You'll let me say 9 consecutive words without butting in? Howard ate Mr. Donahue's lunch.
Who did?
Howard. You know Howard.
Mr. Gumpox's horse.
Oh.
Ate his lunch up slick and clean. Mr. Donahue was fit to be tied.
Oh, how did he
all this happened this noon. Around 1 o'clock, or kind of halfway in around through there, I imagine.
What were the circumstances attendant upon this?
Well, I'll tell you if you give me half a chance.
Shoot.
Mr. Gumpox was up the alley somewhere picking up some tin cans that had dropped off in his wagon. He left Howard out and back here beside Donahue's garbage box.
Howard is the type of horse that'll always...
I beg your pardon for talking. Go right ahead.
You go right ahead, man.
No, you.
Proceed, kiddo. He said another word, I'll throw him out the window.
Well, Mr. Gumpox left his horse and wagon out by Donahue's garbage box. Mr. Donahue come out the back door and headed across the yard on his way to the roundhouse. Had a Kansas City freight drag at 2 o'clock. When he got as far as the alley, he realized he'd forgot his pipe and smoking tobacco. So he put his dinner bucket on top of the garbage box and chased back to the house. Well, while he was gone, Howard calmly opened that dinner bucket and ate every smidgen of what was inside.
For goodness sake.
Ain't that the bullet that choked Billy Patterson?
The most amazing incident.
Sound like an item from that Believe It or Not column in the paper?
Yes.
No joke to it, though. Mr. Donahue was hopping mad, and so was Mr. Gumpox. His voice just shook when he was telling me about it.
Why is he mad?
Who, Mr. Gumpox?
He's got no beef. Mr. Donahue is the guy that had the kick coming. Mr. Gumpox...
Mr. Gumpox is mad because Mr. Donahue hit Howard.
Oh.
Hauled off and hit Howard a real hard lick.
Don't know as I blame him. Some doggone horse ate my dinner.
Mr. Gumpox's voice just trembled when he was telling me about it. Ordinarily, he's such a meek fella.
Say, Howard must be a very brilliant animal. A dinner bucket has clamps to unclamp. How did Howard...
Who knows? I guess the latch on the dinner bucket wasn't fastened very secure. Howard shoved it around with his nose, and it come open, and here were all these lovely sandwiches and slices of beef and stuff. Had a regular picnic for himself.
Donahue emerged from the house, walked out to the garbage box.
And seen what happened, yes.
And he boiled his red.
Oh, boy.
Well, I'd say he was considerable at fault. Certainly not very smart to leave an unlatched dinner bucket full of meat and stuff right under a horse's chin.
That's what Mr. Gumpox pointed out.
He appeared on the scene, huh?
Yeah, come running up the alley all out of breath and took in the situation at a glance. At first, he was apologetic, tried to make excuses for Howard. But when Mr. Donahue hit Howard, he went up and smoked.
What did you hit him with?
A newspaper.
Newspaper?
Yeah, a folded-up newspaper. Hit Howard with it hard as he could.
That wouldn't hurt.
Wouldn't hurt?
No.
Well, let me try hitting you with a folded-up newspaper once.
Folded-up newspaper wouldn't hurt a horse, man.
No. Howard whinnied and screamed and leaped 6 feet in the air.
Howard's just sickly.
I'll say.
Well, according to Mr. Gumpox, he certainly acted like he was hurt.
Then everybody was mad. All three of them were in a rage.
My way of thinking, Pa Donahue had the real grievance.
Mine, too.
Well, Mr. Gumpox feels he had a grievance also.
Well, maybe he did.
I guess they went to fighting hammer and tongs. Mr. Donahue says, I got a Kansas City freight drag this afternoon, and now with my dinner bucket empty, I won't get a chance to eat till midnight. He was fit to be tied.
Howard was fit to be tied.
What do you mean?
Howard's a horse.
It's Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. And now, here we go, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, with Arthur Treacher, Bert Gordon as the Mad Russian, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, our guest, Artie Shaw, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you lead me to eat? Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Guess what? I finally caught the guy that's been stealing our meatballs. Yeah, he's been putting numbers on them and selling them to pool parlors. By the way, Duffy, I'm expecting you at the block party tomorrow night. Huh? Oh, don't worry. This year, I guarantee you won't have no trouble getting Mrs. Duffy in. No, they widened the street. Well, it's going to be very social, Duffy. Everybody who is anybody on 3rd Avenue will be there. Cavendish the Undertaker and Lady Cavendish, unless he digs up another date. And there's Pharaoh Farouk, the wealthy Egyptian obelisk designer. No-Nose Cortez, the successful goat's milk taster. No Fingers Noonan, the unsuccessful butcher. Let me see, who else? Oh, yes, One-Eyed Goldbarb and his daughter Cyclops. And, of course, as usual, Herbie the Midget and his 2 little sisters, Blur and Invisible. Okay, Duffy, I'll see you at the party. Oh, Treacher, did you make a list of the things we're going to need for the block party?
Yes, I'm working on the list right now. Let me see. Smelling salts, bandages, plasma, splints.
Treacher, the party won't be that rough.
Oh, no? Aren't you expecting the same elite group that attended last year?
Well, yes, we are.
Smelling salts, bandages, plasma, splints.
This year with me running, it'll be bigger and genteeler than ever.
Biggest party we ever had on the block, huh?
Well, with me as the head, I think it should be.
I agree. You would make a perfect blockhead.
Thank you very much.
I say, what's the smell? Something burning in the kitchen?
I beg your pardon. This happens to be my new perfume.
Who are you trying to impress, goats?
Don't be so smart. You know, tomorrow night is the block party, so I just came from the beauty parlor.
What's the matter? Was they closed?
Very funny.
Why, say, Miss Duffy, what kind of a beauty operator did you have?
What do you mean?
They didn't touch your fingernails, but your toenails are painted a bright red.
Yeah, why the toenails?
I'm going with Herbie the Midget. Listen, by the way, Archie, when the dancing starts tomorrow night, I wish you'd do me a favor.
What?
Please tell Cavendish the Undertaker not to cut in on people.
Why not? Ain't he a good dancer?
Sure. Only when Cavendish taps you on the shoulder, it makes you kind of nervous.
Hey, that reminds me, Miss Duffy, if we're going to have dancing, I got to do something about an orchestra. Treacher, we got a theatrical trade paper around here?
Yeah, here's a copy of Variety.
Good. Now, let's look up the dance bands.
Let's see here. Dance band available. Mrs. Phil Spitalny and her all-male orchestra. Featuring Mendel and his magic glockenspiel. Now, that Mendel sounds like a show-off.
I say, here's one that might answer the purpose.
Let's see. Artie Shaw. Clarinet player and retired husband. Now at liberty. Seeking new engagements. I wonder which kind.
Why don't you think he'd want to get married again?
Why not?
Well, I understand he's a very brilliant man. I don't think he'd make the same mistake more than 5 times.
I guess you're right. Let's see the ad here now. Artie Shaw's 6 syncopators available immediately. I thought the guy had more than 6, Treacher.
That figure refers to the number of musicians in his band.
Oh. Well, why do you say we give him a ring and see if we can hook him for the block party, Hello, information? I'd like to get Artie Shaw. So would you? Well, honey, you better get in line and wait your turn. Well, he'll get to you sooner or later. What's that? What's the number? Okay. Hello? Hello, Artie? This is Archie from Duffy's Tavern. I just seen your ad in Variety, and I got a great opportunity for you. A block party. Now, just a minute, Artie. We got a lot to offer, you know. For instance, we got an ideal location for you. There's a little church right around the corner. We play our cards right, maybe for you to put in curb service. The pay, well, it's pretty high, but maybe if we haggle a bit, we'll come down. Well, look, why don't you come over and we'll talk it over? Okay. How do you like that? Looks like I'm going to get Artie Shaw for the block party. I can already see them initials on the bass drum. Artie Shaw's Syncopators. In big red letters, A-S-S.
How do you do?
You ain't the mad Russian. Russian, what can I do for you?
Sir, I am offering you my professional services. My card.
But Russian, this card is a blank.
At the moment, I am not working. By the by, I hear you are hiring musicians for the block party tomorrow night.
Yes, I'm figuring on getting Artie Shaw.
This is a musician. You are hiring Artie Shaw when I'm available with my kazoo?
Kazoo? And you're a musician?
In music school, I am known as a second Rinsky of Korsakov. Just primp up your ears and give a little listen.
Okay, they're primp.
Tell me, sir, are you fond of music?
Yeah, but keep right on playing. Wait a minute. What is that?
Home, sweet home.
It's terrible.
You should see my home.
Look, Russian, take that kazoo and blow, will you? Now, look, gang, tomorrow night, this time, you know what's going to happen? We'll all be outdoors having real fun at the block party.
Oh, I'm already looking forward to it.
So am I.
Yeah, huh?
Yes, it was such a relief to get out of this place and breathe some of that nice, fresh carbon monoxide.
The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one,
but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So, the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter.
Hey, Treacher, you're good at figures. You want to look over this budget I made up for the block party?
A budget? Let me see. Income from sale of tickets, $22. Cost of printing tickets, $22. Net profit, $22. Archie, if you sell them for $22 and they cost you $22, how do you figure a net profit of $22?
Simple. We don't pay to print it. Continue.
Estimated cost of Arthur Shaw, $15. $15? Why, that wouldn't keep Mr. Shaw in bridal bouquets.
What are you talking? He's only got 6 pieces at $15. That's almost $3 a man. Hey, Treacher, tell that guy we don't want no fish today. Now, wait a minute. It's Artie Shaw. Put down that hard caller, will you? Now, leave me welcome into Duffy's Tavern. I'm sure you'll feel right at home here.
Why?
I smell trouble with this guy. Well, a lot of people think of the tavern as sort of a musician's retreat.
Retreat? It looks more to me like a mass surrender.
I see you're very snappy with the insults, Mr. Shaw.
Thank you.
You should be. You've had enough wives to practice with.
Whoever got a chance to open his mouth. Besides, I was only kidding about the tavern, Arch. In fact, I envy you. I find myself wishing I had your job here.
My job? I don't know nothing.
That's what I mean.
Wonder if this guy could blow that clarinet without teeth. Look, Shaw, I'm willing to put up with a certain modicum of insults, but don't carry it too far.
Are you looking for trouble?
Me? Cowardly little me looking for trouble? Trouble with a fellow musician?
You, Arch, a musician?
Yeah, a piano man. You see, we're buddies, and you want me to fight. I don't play nothing fancy, of course, just an old-fashioned piano.
Upright?
Well, until I've had a few drinks. Then I slump over a little. Enough of this shop talk, Artie. Leave us to get business. Huh?
Okay.
Okay. Well, tell me, what's new? Married any good wives lately?
Now, look, Archie, please. I thought we were going to forget about shop talk.
I'm sorry, Artie. No offense offended. I guess you're kind of fed up with marriage, huh?
Well, I wouldn't say that exactly. If my type of girl came along, I think I might get married again.
Mr. Shaw, would you please repeat that remark?
I said, if the right kind of girl came along, I might get married again.
Hello, Papa? Tell Mama to start crying. Yeah, I think I found the sucker.
What is this?
Artie, this is Miss Duffy, sometimes known as a girl.
Holy smoke, and I just said I'd be willing to get married.
Likewise, I'm sure. Well? Well, don't just stand there. Marry me.
Miss Duffy, cut it out, will you?
Well, you heard him. He said himself he was waiting for Miss Wright to come along.
But he just inferred that you were the wrong Miss Wright.
How will he know until he marries me?
He ain't gonna marry you. He's had enough trouble with that trial and error method. That right, Artie?
That's right.
Besides, Miss Duffy, maybe you'd be making a mistake. Maybe you wouldn't like me as a husband.
I'm different.
Now, look, just how do you know? I mean, have you ever been married?
Just 2/3 married.
What do you mean? What do you mean 2/3?
She was there and the preacher was there, but the guy didn't show up.
Very funny. I'll have you know I can get all the fellas I want. Do you know that right now I have 2 dates in front of Kelly's pool room tonight at 8:30?
Yeah? With who?
How do I know who'll be in front of Kelly's pool room tonight at 8:30?
Look, I know 2 guys that won't be in front of Kelly's pool room tonight at 8:30.
Who?
Me and Artie Shaw. Now beat it and get back to the cash register. This man has had enough trouble with dames. Give him a chance to get off the floor. Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Now, what is this?
This is the next case. Meet the Mad Russian. It is indeed charming to make an acquaintance. Mr. Shaw, I understand you two are a student of music.
Well, I've studied a little.
Well, tell me, sir, as one musician to another, what do you think of the key of C? Look, Artie, you'll have to excuse the Mad Russian.
Well, what's the matter with him?
Well, he thinks he's a musician, you see. Before he was born, his mother was frightened by a Fred Waring arrangement.
I see. Tell me, mister, or whatever you may be.
To be or not to be? What is the question?
What instrument do you play?
The instrument?
Yeah, the instrument.
First, kazoo.
Kazoo? What do you use to accompany you?
A bodyguard. I am also playing the piccolo.
Alto?
No, dill. Also, I am playing a bugle. The bugle? Let me hear you. So sorry, I am only playing by inspiration. You see, when it's a beautiful spring day and the mood strikes me, I go out into the woods and I blow my bugle.
And what comes out?
Boy Scouts. Russian, you better go get your head blocked for the party. Now beat it.
Say, Art, speaking of this block party, do you want the boys and me to play for you?
Do I want you to play? Well, you're under consideration. It depends on the price. Now, tell me, how much will your band cost us?
Well, let's say $5,000.
Yeah, let's say it. See how it sounds. Then we'll forget it. Now, I'll repeat the question. What will your band cost us?
$5,000.
I'm afraid it's a little high.
Well, what were you figuring on paying?
$15. Sound attractive?
Well, perhaps if I come down a little, you'll come up a little.
Well, I said $15, but if I got to come up a little, I better start with 10. Now, leave us negotiate.
Okay. I'll take $1,900.
I'll go to 11.
18.
12.
17.
13.
16.
14.
15.
It's a deal. $15. Okay, Artie?
Now, Archie, just a second.
Look,
I don't...
Artie, this block party is for charity, see?
What charity?
Well, it's for the widows and orphans.
Whose widows and orphans?
The ones from last year's block party.
Well, if it's for charity, I'll tell you what I'll do.
What'll you do?
I'll let you have the band at the minimum union scale.
Minimum, huh? How much is that?
Oh, practically nothing.
Well, that's a little closer to what I had in mind. Okay, Artie, we got a deal. Leave us shake, huh?
Okay, shake.
Shake. By the way, what's the minimum scale?
$30 a man, $180.
$30 a man? Artie, let's cancel the shake.
Sorry, Archie, the union says a handshake deal is a deal.
But $180 for a band, for that kind of dough, I could get Spike Jones. And with that washboard, he'd probably do me laundry, too.
Here's a word from RCA Victor. Why do more people choose RCA Victor television than any other make? The reason can be summed up in just one word: quality, million-proof quality, proven in over 2 million homes. RCA Victor Television is America's favorite television because, feature for feature, it's America's finest television with RCA Victor. For example, you enjoy clear, bright, steady pictures that are locked in place by RCA Victor's exclusive Eyewitness Picture Synchronizer. You choose your set from 14 separate models, available in a wide variety of distinctive cabinets, every one a masterpiece of superb engineering and quality craftsmanship. And remember, only when you buy RCA Victor Television can you buy the RCA Victor Factory Service Contract for expert installation and maintenance. Next chance you get, step into your RCA Victor dealers and look over the very finest television in America today. RCA Victor Million-Proof Television, proven in over 2 million homes.
Let me see. There's 6 men in a band. The minimum is $30 a man. Now, at times the 6 by 3. Divide the 3 by naught. That's 300. Shove over the Zypher. Muscle in at the decimal point. That's right. It figures to $180. I got to do something about that $30 a man. Artie.
Yes, Arch.
That 6-man band. I was wondering, would you mind letting me hit and play?
Look, Arch, we never audition.
It ain't addition so much I got in mind. It's subtraction. What do you say? Can I hit him?
You expect me to audition for a broken-down block party?
Okay, don't audition. We'll get somebody else to play at the block party for them 300 unattached blondes.
Playboys.
Kid, that was great.
Well, thanks, Jeff.
Yep. There's only one thing.
What's that?
6 guys in the band. Can't we cut it down?
But 5 doesn't sound big enough.
Sounded big enough when Papa Dion did it. Artie, do you need that trumpet player? Why don't we see what it sounds like without him, huh?
Oh, okay.
Artie, look, Artie, that guy playing the baboon.
The what?
The guy on the sliding baboon. Do we need him?
What's wrong with him?
To me, the guy looks like a troublemaker. Why don't we try it just once without him?
Oh, but Arch.
Please, no arguments. We'll try it as a quartet. Artie, that's wonderful.
Well, thanks.
Yeah, terrific. I was just thinking now, about that piano player. I think he's dogging the left hand.
But look, Arch, the man's been with me for years now.
That's just it. He's taking advantage of you. He knows you're blowing that clarinet so loud you can't hear him when he's gold bricking. Take a tip, Artie. get rid of the guy.
Oh, but Arch, now look.
Remember, you ain't the only band in town. For $30 a man, I can get Jose Horowitz and his Pitkin Avenue cucarachas. Now, leave us try it with what's left, huh? Go ahead, give him the deadbeat. Just a minute, Artie. You know, that was practically it.
Well, good.
Yep. I think we're almost getting down to what I want. Except for that saxophone player.
What's wrong with the saxophone player?
Well, nothing personal, but he looks a little like Rudy Valley.
Now, just a second.
Sorry, Artie, this is a must. The sax has to go.
But we've already got rid of 4 members of the band. That leaves us with only clarinet and drums.
Is there that many left? Well, the drum can help carry the melody. Why don't you try it?
All right.
Artie, stop it. Please, that's terrible.
Well, what's the matter now?
That band is the worst band I ever heard.
Well, what do you expect from just clarinet and drums?
What do I expect? Look, you're supposed to be the musician. Why didn't you think of that before you organized the band?
All right, well, what are we going to do about it?
Well, if you listen to me, I think I can point out where the weakness is.
Who? Me?
No, the drummer.
I was sort of hoping it was me.
What? Artie, come here. Why does a guy like you need a drummer? Heifetz goes it alone. Why don't you? Go ahead, try it solo, acapella. Well, that's a little more like it. Yes, sir. The band sounds terrific, Artie.
Thanks a lot.
Good. Now, where do we stand?
Well, you now have 1. Would you like to try for nothing?
Just a minute. Artie, how much did you say this minimum is per man?
$30.
That'd be great. You've heard that competition is the life of trade.
Yes.
Would you mind if I auditioned another band?
Not a bit.
Oh, Russian. You are calling me. Let me hear you play Home Sweet Home on that kazoo again. Artie, now leave me hear that clarinet again. Thank you. Artie, I'm sorry, old man.
You mean?
You have just been kazooed out of $30. I'm sorry, kid. I'm afraid you won't be able to use your clarinet.
Oh, don't worry. I'm going to use it all right.
What do you mean you're going to use it? Hey, what are you doing? Out!
Hello? Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Oh, yes, Archie got along famously with Artie Shaw. In fact, one could say he was quite struck by his clarinet.
Hey, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, Better Tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker want.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh, ho, open the pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you smoke 'em.
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night transcribed feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. Listen tomorrow evening for The Man Called X, starring Herbert Marshall, the Saturday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Hello? Oh, Lana. What? No, I can't possibly come over, Lana. Of course you're fascinating. Of course I like it when you hold me close. Yes, I also enjoy it when you kiss me. But you'll just have to get through this evening without me. I'm listening to The Life of Riley.
Teal, T-E-E-L, Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice. That's it, T-E-E-L. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, brings you The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. Remember, friends, for beautiful smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. And just for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley in The Life of Riley. Chester A. Riley and his wife, Peg, are a normal married couple. So, naturally, they quarrel once in a while. It usually takes two to make a quarrel, but in this case, it takes one, Riley. Let's listen as Riley and his wife are having a little skirmish in the living room of their California bungalow.
Well, all I say is, once in a blue moon, why can't we dress up and go someplace where we can dance?
Dance? Ain't you a little old?
Old? Who's old?
Me. I hate dancing.
Well, I'm fed up with sitting around at home night after night.
Well, I take you out, Peg. 3 weeks ago, didn't I take you to Ocean Park to play bingo?
Bingo. Then Babs and Junior were saying how you never budge out of the house. We never go anyplace interesting.
Well, all last year, didn't I take you every single month down to the blood bank?
What of it?
Well, don't you call it interesting to watch them drain the blood out of my veins? I don't know what you women want.
Oh, Riley. Sometimes I don't know why I ever married you.
She don't know. You married me for 2 reasons. Your heart was aching with love for me, and your feet was aching from working in that department store.
You think you're smart. I slave all day cooking your meals, cleaning up the house after you. And when I ask you for a little pleasure...
Oh, now, Dumpling, come on. Now, dry those tears.
Where's your handkerchief?
I don't know. Oh, here, darling. Here's a blotter.
Hello. Why, hello, Sidney.
Sidney who?
Why, Sidney, darling.
Now, just a minute. Who is this Sidney?
Oh, hold on, Sidney. Riley, it's Sidney Monahan. You know, Butch from Brooklyn.
Oh, him. That foul ball from Ebbets Field. Hang up, Peg. The coffee's boiling over in the kitchen.
I'm not making coffee. Well, when did you get into town, Sidney? Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, now, Sidney, you don't expect me to answer a question like that. Well, if you must know, just a minute. Riley, I think the coffee's boiling over in the kitchen.
You're not making coffee.
What'd you say, Sidney? Oh, Butchie. You always wear a fresh thing.
Tell him about Babs and Junior, our two children. Tell him.
Oh, now. Now, don't say things like that, Sidney. Remember, I'm an old married woman now.
Peg, hang up. Let's go out dancing, huh?
Oh, listen, Sidney, where are you staying now? No hotel room. Why, that's terrible. Oh, look, Sidney, why don't you come and stay with us overnight?
Now, just a minute, Peg. We're very crowded here.
Why, no, of course Riley won't mind. He just said he'd be thrilled.
I said that Edgar Bergen must be in the house.
All right, Sidney. Yes, we'll expect you for dinner. Goodbye, Butchie.
Now, look, Peg, it was bad enough having that weasel around when you was courting me. Now he's moving in on me.
Why, Riley, you're jealous.
Oh, I am not jealous.
Oh, yes, you are.
Okay. Let him come here. I don't care. Me jealous. I don't even know what the word means. Why, I can't even spell it.
Hey, Mom, there's a cab outside. I guess it's him. All right, Junior, don't shout. Riley, Sidney Monahan's outside.
I should have sprayed the house with DDT.
Oh, gee, Mother, I bet you're all excited. Meeting an old flame. Oh, don't be silly, Babs. How do I look, Riley? How do I look?
You look good. Too good.
He's coming up the walk now. Oh, Riley, for heaven's sake, put on your coat.
Nothing doing. I'll roll down my shirt sleeves, and that's the limit. That's right. Run up our electric bill.
I'll go let him in. Why, hello, Sidney. Oh, it's so good to see you again.
Well, if it isn't my little Peggy. And Riley. How's about a little kiss for old time's sake?
We was never that friendly, Monahan. Let's just shake hands, huh?
Same old Riley, always kidding. You know I meant the little woman.
Oh, go on with you, Sidney.
Let me look at you. Wonderful. Great. The same little Peggy. Nothing has changed.
Her name was changed. Just remember that, Monahan.
Good old Riley, the same old gruesome sense of humor. Wait a minute. Who's this?
This is our daughter, Babs. How do you do, Mr. Monahan?
Beautiful. Beautiful, the image of your mother. And who's this little man?
That's our boy, Junior.
Hello, Mr. Monahan.
Ah, what a good-looking boy. The image of his mother.
Remember, Monahan, I got a 50% interest in those kids.
Well, Riley, old pal, it's your swell of you to invite me to stay here.
Oh, that's okay, Monahan. When you run a house, you got to expect all sorts of visitors. One day it's ants, the next day it's locusts.
Oh, now, just a minute, Riley. I ain't no locust.
Well, you would be if you could rub your hind legs together.
Yes, sir, Peggy, I bet you're a great little cook.
Oh, go on, Sidney. Oh, here, Riley. Here's your plate, dear.
Well, what's this stuff here?
Meatloaf.
Meatloaf. Oh, Peg, you know I don't like meatloaf.
Well, that's all there is.
Well, hey, wait a minute. What's in that dish there?
That's for Sidney. I had half a chicken left.
Chicken? I like chicken.
No, you don't, Riley.
Well, sure I do. Hey, what are you kicking me for? Is it my fault I like chicken?
Here's your chicken, Sidney.
Oh, that's too much for me. Look, why don't you divide it up between Riley and me?
Oh,
go on now. I insist.
Well, all right. Here you are, Sidney. You take the wings.
Thanks, Peggy.
Here, Riley. This is for you.
Thanks. Him, she gives the wings. Me, she gives the rudder. Hello, Junior.
Oh, hello,
Pop. Gee, you're home late tonight. Yeah, I had to put in overtime. Where you going, son? Down to the corner to get some cigars. Well, that's real thoughtful of you, son, but I've got cigars. Oh, these aren't for you. They're for Sidney. Oh. Where's your sister? Oh, she went down to get some wool. She's knitting a sweater for Sidney. Oh. Well, see you later, Pop. Sidney. That's all I've been hearing for a week. Everybody's doing things for Sidney. Peg, where are you?
I'm in here with Sidney. In the living room, dear.
I gotta get rid of that guy.
Well, hello, dear.
Sit down, Riley. Sit down. Make yourself at home.
Thanks, Monahan.
My, you look awful tired, dear.
Yeah, Riley. Pick out a comfortable chair and flop.
I already picked one out, but you're sitting in it.
Guess what, Riley? Sidney and I have been playing.
Playing what?
Peanut, sit down, join us.
No, thanks. I don't feel like playing.
Oh, my, you sound sleepy.
I'm sleepy. Well, time to hit the hay.
Well, it's too early for me. I'll sit up a while.
Okay, good night. Come on, Peg.
I think I'll sit up a while.
I ain't sleepy. Go on. Play pinochle. Go and deal me in. Go ahead.
You, Mr. Riley. Me, Waldo Benny.
Oh, good morning, Waldo. How are you?
Oh, my aching back.
Trouble with your wife again, huh?
Yes. My friend Rudolph came to the house and asked me to shoot pool with him. My wife almost murdered him.
Okay, huh? What did she throw at him this time?
Me.
Look, Waldo, I got my own trouble.
I know. Oh, you mean that Mr. Monahan?
Yeah.
I don't like that man. He's shifty-eyed. Frankly, I don't trust him.
You don't trust him. For 7 days, that sneak has been telling Peg how beautiful and young she looks, and she loves it.
Ah, it's the old story. A bored wife, old flame moves in, husband gets burned.
Waldo, you don't think that my Peg would ever stop loving me?
Oh, no. Not yet. But I hope for your sake that Monahan leaves soon.
Yeah. Well, he's going to leave very soon. I'm going right in there and throw him out.
Oh, no. That would be fatal. It would only make a martyr out of him. And women love martyrs.
They do, huh? Well, maybe I ought to become a martyr. I can let him throw me out. No. That's no good. I'm all mixed up. What am I going to do, Waldo?
You must woo your wife all over again. Recapture the romance of your youth. You must make love to her.
But I've been married 17 years. I'm all out of practice, Waldo.
You've got to. Start out by sending her flowers every day. Call her endearing names. Put your arm around her.
Okay, Waldo, I can take it from there. Yes, sir, I'll do it. During the day, I'm Riley the Riveter. But starting tonight, I'm Riley the Romeo. Let me call you sweetheart. I'm in love with you. That Monahan, this'll finish him.
Mr. Riley.
Oh, hello, Waldo.
I just saw the messenger deliver your flowers.
Oh, they're here. Huh? Good. I sent a card with them. To the most beautiful girl in the world from the sweetest man. Cute, huh?
Oh, that's perfect. My, Mr. Riley. My, you're all slicked up. Haircut and shaved. Something smells.
That's me. I bought some shaving lotion.
Isn't it a little strong?
Yeah, I think so. I put some on my cheeks and my teeth got numb. Well, I'm all ready for the love stuff. Come on, Waldo. Here it goes. I love you. Da-da-da-da-da-da. I love you, sweetheart.
Who is it?
Who is it?
Oh, it's you, Riley. Oh, I glad you're here.
You are, Dumpling?
Look at these beautiful flowers that just came.
You like them?
Oh, they're lovely. And this card, to the most beautiful girl in the world, from the sweetest man.
Cute, huh?
Ah, yes. Wasn't it darling of Sidney to send them? Oh, you're leaving tonight, Aunt Sidney?
Yeah, Peg, I gotta be in San Francisco tomorrow.
Well, we'll all come down to the station and see you all.
Say, that'd be swell. And look, I'd like to buy Riley a little something to make up for all the bother I've been.
Oh, well, you're saying you didn't bother Riley?
Yeah, I know. He's such a sweet guy. Could have used some nice luggage.
Well, yes, but
Okay, that's it. I'll find some leather goods shop and get him a suitcase.
Sidney, while you're there, would you do me a favor?
Why, sure, Peg.
Well, Riley's been pressing me to give him a picture of myself for a long time. I finally had one made. Would you pick up a nice leather frame for it?
Why, sure thing.
Here it is.
Ah, beautiful picture. I'll put it here in my pocket so I won't forget it.
Oh, thanks. Riley will certainly be surprised when he sees it.
The coast is clear. Now, let's duck into Monahan, too.
Waldo, I still think I ought to throw that Monahan out of this house.
No. Making a scandal would be fatal. Leaving this threatening note is a much better idea.
Maybe you're right. Let me see that note again. Monahan, you got 1 hour to get out of town or else. This'll do it, Waldo. This'll get rid of him.
Yeah. Now, put it in his coat pocket.
Yeah, where's... Oh, there's his coat hanging on the chair. You slip the note in. I'll keep watch.
All right.
Okay?
Not yet, no. Seems to be something in this pocket. Oh, my.
Well, what is it, Waldo? What'd you put behind your back?
Nothing.
You took something out of it. Let me see it.
No, Mr. Riley. Now, don't look at it.
Hand it over, Waldo.
Well, here.
It's only a picture. It's Peg. A picture of my Peg in his pocket.
No.
I've been begging her for a picture for years, and I never got one.
Oh, it's dreadful. And that inscription.
Where? To my first and only love, your Peg. Oh, no.
What is it, Mr. Riley?
Don't leave me.
Neil has just brought you the first act of The Life of Riley, and we'll be back with Riley in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is Ken Carpenter with a bit of advice. Bear this in mind next time you brush your teeth. Instead of keeping cavities away, you may be brushing them in, right at the gum line. Cavities that you can easily avoid by switching to Teal. Here are the facts. Judge for yourself.
Out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. When gums recede, softer and less protected parts of the teeth are exposed. Those parts are 25 times softer than tooth enamel and are easily damaged by the regular use of a toothpaste or powder containing harsh abrasives. Therefore, the chances are 8 in 10 you are risking those ground-in cavities daily, unless the dentifrice you use contains no such abrasives.
Well, there are the facts. And remember, Teal alone, of all leading dentifrices, contains no abrasives. Teal cleans teeth with a patented ingredient, protects teeth from ground-in gum-line cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. So switch to Teal. Enjoy its wonderful flavor, its foamy action. The Teal way takes only 1 extra minute a week. Makes teeth look their loveliest safely. For the sake of your teeth, for the sake of your smile, ask for T-E-E-L, Teal, the liquid dentifrice. Just follow directions on the package. Teal protects teeth beautifully. And now back to The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. When Sidney Monahan, an old beau of Riley's wife, moved into the Riley home temporarily, Riley began to suffer the pangs of jealousy. And then, to his horror, he discovered his wife's picture inscribed to my first and only love in Sidney's coat pocket. Picture is really meant as a surprise gift for Riley, but our hero doesn't know this, and what he doesn't know certainly hurts him.
Waldo, I just can't believe it. After 17 years of married life, I find out I'm only a runner-up.
I don't understand it. I never thought Mrs. Riley would be interested in another man. Why, I've been coming into your house for years, and she never even looked at me.
Well, I can't really blame Peg. It's all my fault. Just before Sidney came, we had a big fight. She was saying I never take her out for a good time, and she's right, Waldo.
Mr. Riley, isn't that Monahan coming up your front walk?
Yeah, that's the rat.
He's carrying a suitcase, a new one.
But he has one already. What does he want with another one?
Oh, my heavens. No, it can't be.
What can't be?
No, your wife would never do it.
Do what?
Not to such a fine man like you. No, she wouldn't.
Wouldn't what? Wouldn't what?
Oh, she wouldn't. No, I wouldn't even think of it.
All right, but let me think about it.
The new suitcase. I just thought maybe she and Monahan might be planning to run away.
Run away? No. My Peg wouldn't do that. She'd never run away without taking me with her. I mean, I can't stand this. I'm going in there to find out once and for all from her own lips.
Oh, that's a lovely suitcase, Sidney. You're a darling.
Oh, Waldo, I'll tear him apart.
That's a very roomy suitcase. This part holds 2 suits, and there's still room for your things, too.
What things?
You don't think Riley is caught on?
Oh, no, not my husband. He never knows what's going on.
Waldo, am I hearing right?
What time does the train leave, Sidney?
Train? Waldo, it can't be.
9 o'clock. And we get into San Francisco in the morning.
Waldo, it could be.
Well, it's almost time to get to the station. I'll get my coat.
Waldo, it is. I can't stand no more. Let's get out of here.
Mr. Riley, where are you going?
I don't know.
But you've got to stop them. Go in there.
No, I got my prize. That's the way Peg wants it. It's okay with me. I won't stand in their way. I wish them both all the happiness in the world. And if they're miserable, that's okay with me, too.
Riley, is that you on that bench?
Who's that? Who?
It is I, Digby Odell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, hello, Digger.
Greetings. You're looking fine. Very natural.
Well, what are you doing here in the park, Digger?
Oh, I often come here at twilight to watch the gophers digging their little holes and making their mounds. Great technique.
Digger, I'm in awful trouble. My wife, Peg, she's running off with another man.
No, I can't believe it.
It's true, but please don't say anything to anyone.
Oh, you can trust me, Riley. I won't tell it to a living soul.
But I can't blame her, Digger. I drove her to it. I neglected her. It's my fault she likes Monahan.
Those things happen sometimes. In my profession, we have a saying. The grass is always greener on the other fellow. But come. Cheer up. All is not lost.
Oh, sure. It's easy to say cheer up. You never went through what I'm going through.
On the contrary. During our first year of married life, my wife became smitten with one of my assistants.
Well, what did you do, Digger?
I said, see here, Hawkins. If you don't leave my wife alone, you'll stop being my employee and become my customer. That nearly scared the life out of him.
Gee, Digger, you're lucky. Your marriage is wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Complete connubial bliss. My wife, Lilliburn, offers me friendship, fondness, and felicity. And my father-in-law financed my business. I adore my father-in-law. He's so gay.
Digger, right now, Peg and this guy are in the station. They're going to San Francisco.
Then go to that station. Stop them. Fight for your love. Strike down this rotter.
You're right. I'll lay him out.
Can I help? I'm rather good at that sort of thing.
No, this is my fight, Digger.
Well, good luck, Riley. And remember, I'm with you to the end. You big stiff. guess I'll have to get aboard.
Oh, I feel terrible that Riley isn't here to say goodbye.
Well, don't forget to give him that suitcase for me. With my best wishes.
Oh, look! Here comes Daddy. See, over there.
Oh, that's
Oh, my, look at him run. See, Sidney, I told you he's fond of you.
Oh, I'm in time. Set together.
Oh, Riley! Oh, what's the matter?
Monahan, get away from my wife before you break every bone in my body.
What's eating you, Riley?
But, Daddy, what's wrong?
Babs, Junior, what are you doing here?
Well, they came with us, of course.
Taking the kids, too. For 17 years, I fed and clothed them. And now that they're old enough to work, he's going to get them.
Oh, Riley, have you lost your sense?
Monahan, you asked for it. Put him up, you wife stealer.
Riley, what are you talking about?
I'm coming at you. Take that!
Sidney, pick Riley up.
I'm sorry, Peg, but he ran into my fist.
Break up my home with you. Run away with my wife, huh? Won't even leave me my kids.
What? Riley, you mean you think Sidney and I... Oh, Sidney, he thinks...
Well, I'll...
Daddy, you're impossible.
They're all against me.
Oh, listen, you poor darling. Why, we just came down to the station to see Sidney off.
Huh? I don't believe it. What about that new suitcase?
Oh, holy smoke. I bought that for you, Riley.
Well, what about that picture I found in his pocket?
Why, that was for you, too. I only gave it to Sidney to have it framed.
You mean you ain't running away?
Oh, why, no, dear. I'm staying with you.
What a revolting development this is.
Will be back in half a minute. The time to start using Teal is now, before you discover ugly cavities at the gum line of your teeth. Now, before toothpaste or powders containing harsh abrasives grind away, doing their damage slowly but surely. Remember, out of every 10 adults, 8 have receding gums. And that means parts of the teeth are exposed which are 25 times softer than tooth enamel. And brushing those softer parts daily with any dentifrice containing harsh abrasives grinds in ugly cavities. But Teal protects teeth from such cavities as no other leading dentifrice can. For Teal cleans teeth with a patented ingredient without abrasives. The Teal way takes 1 extra minute a week, makes teeth look their sparkling best safely. Just ask for T-E-E-L, Teal, and follow directions on the package. Teal protects teeth beautifully.
Then you forgive me, Peg, for acting like I did?
Of course I do, dear. You know Sidney Monahan means nothing to me.
Well, I ain't always as bright as I should be.
Certainly not.
Thanks, Dublin. And you know what? Tonight I'm taking you out.
Oh, wonderful.
Yep. We're going to a high-class restaurant. After that, a show, and then to a smart place for some dancing. That is, if you can lend me $3.
Well, I've got $3.
Okay. Then let's go. Wait, hey, where's my overcoat?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Riley. It's cold in San Francisco, so I lent it to Sidney.
It's a losing fight.
Procter & Gamble, makers of Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, invite you to be their guest next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. William Bendix appears by arrangement with Hal Roach Studios. The Life of Riley is produced by Irving Brecker and is directed by Don Bernard. Music by Lou Kozloff. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell, the Merry Undertaker, is John Brown. Junior is Scotty Beckett. Babs is Sharon Douglas. Waldo Binney is Dink Trout. And Sidney Monahan is Lou Merrill. So until next week at the same time, This is Ken Carpenter saying goodnight for Teal. And remember, for laughs, it's R-I-L-E-Y, Riley. And for lovely smiles, it's T-E-E-L, Teal. Teal, the amazing liquid dentifrice, protects teeth beautifully. Good night.
Here's a gal with a message, and only 30 seconds to get it across. Okay, let's go.
I just want to say, these days, nice clothes are still scarce. If you're lucky to find blouses and slips and sweaters in your size and style, they've got to last. Well, if you give those nice things Ivory Flakes care, they'll stay lovely. Actually last up to twice as long.
Only 10 seconds left.
That's all I need. Friends, the thing to remember is, with Ivory Flakes care, you'll get up to twice the wear.
Hey, you still got 2 seconds.
Then I'll say it again. With Ivory Flakes care, you'll get up to twice the wear.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ring.
Hi, Doggy's Lum. I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, Jot 'em Down store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge. Well, Lum and Abner's contest for the best suggestion on spending Diogenes Smith's $10,000 gift to Pine Ridge didn't turn out so well. None of the suggestions were worthwhile, so the old fellows awarded the prize box of groceries to the most needy contestant, one Ulysses S. Quincy. Mr. Quincy immediately demanded that they carry out his suggestion of building a toll bridge in the town. As we look in on the little community today, we find Lum and Abner in their Jot 'em Down store discussing this new problem. Listen.
Well, maybe old man Quincy will forget about this bridge idea pretty soon, Lum. I've heard his woman say he's always getting big ideas for inventing stuff, and then he forgets all about them by the next day.
Oh, yeah, he's always figuring out something. He had a contraption rigged up there one day to do the churning for him.
Well?
Had it rigged up with a windmill.
Well, I do know. He'll be all right on a windy day, I reckon.
I don't think he'll forget this one, though.
You don't?
He's bound and determined that Pine Ridge is going to build a toll bridge, even though he knows we ain't got no river to put it across.
No.
Most ridiculous thing I ever heard of.
Well, maybe if we went out and had a little talk with him, why, he'd change his mind, Lum.
Talk with him? That's all I've been doing all morning. He keeps calling up every 10 minutes. When you going to start the bridge? How soon you going to start the bridge? Have you started the bridge yet?
Well?
And he's going to drive me stark raving mad crazy.
Well, what was in that letter you said you got from him this morning?
Oh, he sent in an application for the job of toll keeper.
Toll keeper?
Yeah, that's the fellow that stands at the entrance to the bridge and takes the toll money from the cars that's crossing the bridge.
And keeps it?
No, that's just what they call them fellers, toll keepers.
Well, I don't think we ought to let him keep all that money. That won't do Pine Ridge no good.
Well, we ain't going to let him keep no money. Fact is, I think I'll just pint myself to that job. Wait a minute, we ain't building no bridge. What's the matter with me?
Well, did he say anything else in the letter?
Yeah, he said he wanted the bridge to be named after him.
Named after?
Yeah, wants us to call it Ulysses S. Quincy Toll and Suspension Bridge.
Oh, prattle. I don't like it. I'd a heaped rather we called it the Pine Ridge Bridge.
Yeah, either that or the Eddards Memorial Bridge. Granny, there we go again. We ain't going to build that bridge. What's the matter with it?
No. Well, do you think that Ulysses can actually lawsue us if we don't?
I don't know. I sort of doubt it, though. Squire said he'd look it up in some of them law books he's got and see whether Ulysses is a case against us or not.
Well, I wouldn't put no trust into what Squire Skimp says, Long.
Well, ordinary I wouldn't either, but you got to admit he knows a heap about legal law and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And as long as he's found out about the $10,000 Diogenes Smith left for the community, he'll be as anxious as we are to keep from spending the money on a no-good bridge.
Yeah, still, I hate to see him get mixed up in this, old I'll tell you that. That's Squire Skimp.
Don't worry, I won't let him trick us no way. Besides, if he can get us out of this, he'll be doing both us and Pine Ridge a big favor.
Oh, yeah, I got to admit that. Ain't that our name?
I never heard it.
I believe it was.
Phone's so far away, I never hear it hardly. Hello, Ulysses? No, we ain't got it started yet. No, we ain't. Goodbye.
Was it him?
Yeah. I think I'll have that phone took out of here.
Well, you ought to have thought of that last week when Donahue was in town for the premiere of our picture, and we could have just give it back to him.
Abner, how many times do I have to tell you that he never actually invented the telephone? Wait a minute, there comes Cedric.
Huh?
I wonder if Cedric's recovered from being a moving picture celebrity yet.
Oh, yeah, he more likely forgot about that by now. More likely back to worrying about not beating that pinball machine.
Well, that's good. I hate to see him getting all stuck up.
Oh, yeah, it went right to his head.
Well, howdy, Cedric.
Hey, come on in, Cedric.
Wonderful world.
Yeah, wonderful world.
Say, would you fellas help me write a letter?
A letter?
What are you doing, writing to all your fans and admirers?
No, Mom, I'm writing to Ernest.
Who?
You know, Ernest Macmillan, the one that's went in the Army.
Oh, well, that's a good idea, Cedric. That's awful thoughty of you.
Yes, Mom, I thought he'd like to get a letter from a moving picture star.
Oh.
I see. Well, it's still a good idea.
Yeah.
Them soldier boys, they enjoys getting letters. Everybody ought to write to them all they can. Let them know how proud we are of them, how we're behind them 100%.
Yeah, ought to do it.
There's just one thing, though, Cedric.
Yes, Mom.
Be sure you don't give out no military secrets or any information that the enemy would like to get a hold of.
Oh, no, Mom. I've already taken care of that, I think. I swapped my bird whistle to Gomer Bates for some invisible ink. See, here it is.
Invisible ink?
Yes, Mom, it works wonderful, too.
Well.
You just write down some stuff, and pretty soon it all disappears, and nobody can't never read it.
Hey, doggy, that's a good idea, Cedric. That way, if a letter gets into the wrong hands, why, they won't know what it says.
No, won't really.
Oh, that's a
Just a minute, though. If the letter's invisible, how's Ernest going to read it?
Huh?
Oh, I got that figured out, too. I'm going to write another letter in regular ink telling him what all I said in the invisible letter.
Sure.
Well, that ain't no good. What if the second letter gets into the wrong hands?
Oh.
Mom? Oh, never thought about that.
No.
Well, reckon I better give up the idea. Believe I'll just go down to Luke Spear's restaurant and play the pinball machine a while.
No, you said right down here and write Ernest a nice letter.
Yeah, wait a minute, Lum. There's Squire Skimp across the street, and he's heading over this way.
Oh, well, in that case, Cedric, you better run on home and get your mama to help you write the letter.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe I'll just get Mr. Luke Spears to help me.
Well, get anybody you like. So long, Cedric.
So long. Wonderful world.
Wonderful world, Cedric.
I'm glad he's gone. I never wanted Squire talking about the $10,000 in front of Cedric.
Oh, no, he'd have it all over town in no time at all. That boy, he talks and talks. Well, howdy, Squire.
Howdy, Squire. Come on back.
Yes, gentlemen.
Did you find out anything from your law book, Squire?
Yes, I did, Lum, and I regret to report that I bring you no glad tidings.
No glad tidings?
No, I'm afraid not, Lum. After a thorough examination of all the bylaws and statutes and ordinances pertaining to this matter, as well as court records of civil action and habeas corpus escrows relating thereto.
You looked all them up, too, huh?
Oh, yes. After a thorough examination, Lum, I find that Ulysses S. Quincy has an ample basis for a case against you if you fail to erect said bridge.
Yeah, there's a fear to that.
Inasmuch as Diogenes left the money not to you individually, but to the whole community, to be spent by the community for the community, the above-mentioned Mr. Quincy, being a legal member of the community, has a right to voice in deciding how the money shall be spent.
He does, huh?
Yes, and whereas you conducted a fair and legal contest for this purpose, and publicly designated the above-mentioned Mr. Quincy as the winner, you are bound to use a suggested plan, Lum.
Well, Dad blame the above-mentioned Mr. Quincy.
Now, however, Lum, realizing the extreme absurdity of building a toll bridge without having a river under it, I've gone to some trouble to find a way out for you.
You have?
And I believe I've hit upon something.
Oh, well, good for you, Squire. What is it?
Well, now, of course, it's just an outside chance, but I think it might work. I have here, Lum, a little legal document, perfectly harmless, of course, which proves that you have no right nor sufficient means to build said bridge.
Huh?
Now, all you have to do is sign this, and I'll show it to Mr. Quincy, and he will, I'm sure, drop the key.
That sounds good to me. Hand me that pen there, Abner.
Well, now, Lum, you ought to sign that.
Well, all it says is that I can't build no bridge, and that's the truth, ain't it?
Yeah.
Give me the pen.
Well, exactly what does it say in that paper, Squire? Why, just the usual legal phrasing, Abner.
Yes, the usual legal phrasing, Abner. Where do I sign, Squire? Right here?
Yes, right there on that line, Lum. That's it. I don't think you ought to do that, Lum.
There you are, Squire.
Yes.
Get this out to old man Quincy just as fast as you can. And maybe you stop calling up here every 5 minutes.
Yes, I'll rush it right out to him, Lum. And now one more thing, too, Lum. I do want to call your attention to one little paragraph that I had to insert in the document here to make it absolutely legal. We don't want anything wrong.
Of course not.
No.
Which one is that, Squire?
Well, the one wherein you disclaim any and all interest or ownership in the $10,000 you have in the bank and transfer all responsibility and executor rights to me.
To you?
Yes. Well, here, I'll rush this right out to Mr. Quincy.
Well, wait a minute, Squire. Come back here.
I'll see you gentlemen later.
Hey, Squire, hold on a minute. Well, for goodness sakes.
Doggy Lum, I told you not to sign that thing.
I know it. I ought to had more sense than to listen to him in the first place.
I wanted you to read it, but neither you nor Squire, neither one will do it. Wait a minute. There comes Cedric back again.
For goodness sakes, get him out of here. I don't want to see nobody. Not ever.
Don't take it now too hard, Lum. Maybe there's some way we can get out of this. What do you want, Cedric?
Oh, just looking for something. Did you see it in here any place?
See what, Cedric?
Oh, here it is. Don't want to lose that. That's all. Well, so long.
So long.
Just a minute. Is that yours, Cedric?
Yes, Mom.
My granny's Abner, we're saved.
Huh?
I signed that document with Cedric's invisible ink.
Amos, what is that you got there in your hand?
That's a tag I took off of the world's greatest TV set.
How you know it's the world's greatest TV set?
See right there on the tag, engineered by CBS Columbia.
Yep, that's the greatest.
CBS Columbia, makers of America's most advanced radio and television receivers, present transcribed The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Corny Anderson, Will Wright, Lud Gluskin's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll. Amos and Andy!
Hi, folks. I'm Freeman Gosden. You know, I just read something in the papers that surprised me. It was a survey about the television sets now in use in American homes. It showed in this day and age there are more than 5 million families still watching TV on sets with screens smaller than 15 inches. Now, if you are one of these 5 million families, you really ought to find out about the tremendous advances that have been made to give you big, modern 21-inch sets for much less money than 7- and 10-inch sets used to cost. We'll be telling you more later on about these wonderful new CBS Columbia sets. Meanwhile, remember that these sets are manufactured by CBS Columbia, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, the greatest name in home entertainment.
Well, the Kingfisher's wife, Sapphire, is quite worried about her mother. Every night after supper, Mama has been going out and returning late with no explanation. Right now, Sapphire has approached the Kingfish to try to figure out what's going on.
I can't understand it, George. Mama's been out every night this week, and I'm worried.
Yeah, well, let's narrow it down. Her rheumatism eliminates bowling. Her eyesight is too far gone for the movies. And them claws of hers is too knotted up for pool. And at her age, age, romance is just another 7-letter word in a Scrabble game.
George, I'm so worried. I wish I knew what keeps Mama and where she's going to.
Well, maybe your mama's taking them crazy singing lessons again. That woman got the world's worst voice.
Why, what do you mean, George? Mama's got a beautiful voice.
Huh. Every time she sings, it sounds like a duck's just got a load of buckshot in its pin feathers.
Now, you know it did not.
And every time she started to sing, why does that Labrador retriever come racing down from upstairs?
George, I still say I'm worried. Mama's going out every night. I'm just worried.
Well, I can't say that I miss her. She was really something sitting in that rocking chair watching television every night. Her feet's in a bucket of Epsom sauce. That old blanket around the shoulders. Rubbing that Sloan's liniment in a bad elbow. I tell you, Sapphire, she looked like Whistler's mother with a hangover.
You know, George, Mama's been acting very strange, too. She bought a lot of new clothes, and I ain't got no idea where she got the money from.
Yeah, I noticed she got a new green dress and new green hat. But all that green would give her that bloated grasshopper effect.
This is serious, George. You know, it just ain't right for Mama to be out that late at night. Why, suppose she was run over, or suppose she got hurt. Even suppose she met with some violence or other. We got to do something about it, George. That's all.
Yeah, you was right. First thing in the morning, I was going down and take out an accident policy on that old gal.
Well, this is something, Kingfish. Your mom-in-law going out every night.
Yes, and like I say, she didn't get in until 12:30 last night. She done become a real nocturnal nanny goat.
You don't suppose that old gal done got herself a boyfriend, do you?
At her age, don't be silly, Andy. That would be like an old rusty bed spring in a flop house going boing. You know, Andy, I wish I knowed what the old girl was up to. Oh, I see you reading the newspaper there. What's new, Andy?
Well, I see that bandit done struck again.
What bandit is that, Andy?
You know, Kingfish, the one that's been breaking into jewelry stores at night. The woman bandit. The one they call the Green Orchid.
The Green Orchid?
Yeah, they calls her that because a couple of times that they see her, she's been wearing a green dress.
That's funny. My mother-in-law has been wearing a green dress lately.
Yeah, well, they got a pretty good description over here, too. Say here, witnesses described the Green Orchid as being beetle-browed with small, cruel eyes and a receding chin. One of the witnesses describes her as having a peculiar loping gait.
Holy smokes, this sounds more and more like her. Mama's got a loping gait. She always walks like she's cranking an Essex.
Well, Kingfish, you don't think the Green Orchid could be Sapphire's mama?
Well, I don't know what to think. She's been out at night. She got a lot of money to spend, and this looks awfully peculiar.
Yeah, but listen, Kingfish, if she was the Green Orchid, she'd have to be hiding the loot someplace.
Just thinking the same thing, Andy. Now, listen. She and Sapphire's out shopping. Now, the thing to do to clear this thing up once and for all, we got to go up there in her room and search the old gal's room from top to bottom.
I always thunk your mom-in-law was an upright, honorable woman.
Not at all, Andy. Any woman who would let her daughter marry a bum like me bears looking into her, I tell you. There we is, Andy. You see there? Mama must be up to something dishonest.
Yeah, that's right. She done had her door locked.
Yeah, and if I hadn't had this lock-picking set, we'd have never gotten in a room here.
Well, I was nervous, Kingfish. I know the old rhinoceros is out, but I don't like prowling around in her cage, I'll tell you that.
Well, we got to go over this room from top to bottom, Andy, and see if she got any jewels hid in here.
Yeah. Well, where must we start the search here, Kingfish?
Well, I'll snoop around in here, and you look in the closet there.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go... Oh, now, ain't this cute? Here, kitty, 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 kitty.
Cut that out, Andy. That's a transformation. Let it out. Hey, wait a minute, here. Look at that dresser. The drawer is locked here. Hand me the screwdriver.
Yeah, well, now, careful, Kingfish, careful.
There we are. Let me see. Look here, Andy. A wristwatch. Practically brand new, too.
And look here. Here's a bracelet.
And this string of pearls. And look here, Andy. Look at this ring. And here's another bracelet. Yeah. Andy, she is the green orchid.
Yeah, boy, it sure looked that way, all right.
Oh, me, Andy, my own mother-in-law, a thief. She done thiefed all this stuff. Look, Andy. Come on, close the door.
I don't understand it, Kingfish. Your mom-in-law turning out to be a crook.
You don't understand what, Andy? She must be a schizophrenic. She has got two complete personalities.
Oh, don't be silly, Kingfish. If that old goat had another personality, she'd have used it years ago.
Yeah, I know that.
If you're still watching television on an old small screen set, or if you have no set at all, CBS Columbia has news for you. Good news about the biggest big screen buy since TV began. It's the great new 21-inch CBS Columbia console with the table model price. Imagine only $199.95. And what a set this is. It's a big, powerful instrument with a giant 21-inch screen. It has the new improved 21-tube Powertron chassis with today's most important electronic advances, including an extremely sensitive built-in antenna. As a result, this console gives you brilliant, needle-sharp pictures and rich, clear sound, not just in ideal locations, but in fringe areas, too. Here is a set engineered by CBS Columbia to give you years of viewing pleasure. You get all this and a handsome console cabinet, too, for just $199.95, including federal tax and warranty. Go see this superb new CBS Columbia console. It is TV's outstanding value.
Daughter, I just didn't think it was right to keep it from you any longer. I had to tell you.
So, Mama, this is why you've been going out. You has a boyfriend. But why didn't you tell us?
For one little reason, daughter. On account of that no good, stupid, idiotic, bird-brained, jughead, big-mouth, lazy, loafing husband of yours. Every time I have a boyfriend in the past, he's done stepped in and ruined it.
Well, what's your boyfriend like, Mama?
Well, Sammy, his name is Clarence Shepherd.
Oh.
He's sort of old and very wealthy.
Well, he must be with all that lovely jewelry he gave you. But how did you meet him, Mama?
Well, you remember 2 weeks ago when I was taking them treatment?
Mm-hmm.
Well, we met in the doctor's waiting room.
Oh, he was there too, huh?
Yes.
Oh.
I was a basal metabolism, and he was a sluggish liver.
This sounds so romantic. Oh, I'm just dying to meet him.
Well, Sam, last night he said he had something very important to talk over with me. And I think well... You know.
Well, Mama, listen, George is going to be out, so you just have Mr. Shepherd up here this afternoon. Oh, Mama, it would be just wonderful if he popped a question. Of course, it's too bad he's not young and handsome.
Listen, daughter, when you get along in years like I have, it's like riding on an old merry-go-round. You don't wait for the brass ring. You grab what you can get, because it may be your last time round.
Boy, this is something, Kingfish. Your mom-in-law turning out to be the green orchid.
Yeah, it's a disgraceful thing, Andy, her being a thief.
Yeah, you'd think she'd at least have the decency and honor to share the loot with you.
Andy, you dummy, this is serious. I'm going to go home and confront her. And, Andy, I want you to come along with me.
Yeah, well, wait a minute now, wait a minute. Maybe it ain't the thing to do. It's saying in the paper the Green Orchid carries a gun.
No, Andy. I say that she simulates a gun.
Yeah, well, just the same. I don't want to end up with no simulated hole in my head.
Well, there's nothing to worry about, Andy.
Yeah, but what is you going to do if she do turn out to be the Green Orchid?
In that case, Andy, I'm going to do a little gardening. I was going to transplant that big fat orchid right into that granite greenhouse up the Hudson.
Can I get you another cup of tea, Mr. Shepherd?
No, Mrs. Smith. And not Mr. Shepherd.
No.
Clara.
And not Mrs. Smith. Ramona.
Ramona.
Clarence.
Ramona.
Clarence.
Oh, Ramona, could I put my arms around you?
Yes. But think what this will do to my metabolism.
Now, Ramona, there's something I want to speak to you about.
Yes.
Our marriage.
Oh, Clarence.
Well, Ramona, I've been so lonely in that big barn of a house.
Oh, yes.
And I want you to share it with me.
Oh, Clarence. When will we set the date?
Well, I thought it would be sweet if we just eloped.
Oh, how romantic.
Yes. And, you know, I think tonight would be ideal. Now, I've worked out a little schedule here. Suppose we go over it together.
Oh, Clarence, tell me all about tonight.
Come on, Andy, in the back door here. Mama, as usual, in the kitchen this time of the day.
Yeah, it's empty.
Now, Ramona, we want this thing to work just like clockwork.
Hey, Kingfish, sound like your mama's talking to somebody in the living room.
Yeah, there's a man in there, all right. Let me crack the door a little bit here and see what's going on in there.
Now, Ramona, we'll wait till it's dark, and I'll have the car around back.
Holy mackerel, Andy, she's talking to one of the mob. Look at there. I can see him.
And if the coast is clear, you signal from the window.
Say, it sounds like they're planning another job for tonight.
Holy smokes, my own mother-in-law is a second-story man.
Now, just think, you and I together. Why, we'll steal the light from the moon and the sparkle from the stars.
Sound like they're planning on pulling some pretty big jobs.
Quiet, Andy, quiet.
Oh, Clarence, dear, we'll be together always. Oh, I can just see us in the big house. Me cooking your supper, bringing you your pipe and slippers, and sitting on your lap in front of the fire.
Boy, does she have a wrong slant on that place.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is something, Kingfish.
Now, Ramona, how do you think your family is going to take this? Have you told them?
Oh, yes, and my daughter is just delighted. But that son-in-law of mine, I don't know how he's going to take it. I don't want him to interfere.
Say, Kingfish, they talking about you.
Well, perhaps I better have a little talk with him.
Oh, no, Clarence, that won't be necessary. I'll speak to my daughter. Now, both of us can take care of him at supper tonight.
Oh, Kingfish. Sound like they're going to feed you some homicidal ham hocks.
Andy, I done heard enough. Close the door. Oh, Andy, what a mess. My mother-in-law is the Green Orchid.
Yeah, and they're planning on knocking you off tonight, too.
Oh, Andy, what is I going to do? I got to work fast.
Well, Kingfish, there's one consolation. If the old lady does knock you off, she'll get the chair.
That's no help, Andy. And anyway, they'll never squeeze that fat walrus into the hot seat. They'll have to give her the juice in the Morris chair. I know.
Andy, what is you so down in the dumps about?
Well, Amos, I was having trouble with my television set. I got an old one of them giant life-size 8-inch screens, and every time I turn it on, it looked like the seat of a herringbone soup.
Well, cheer up, Andy. That's a blessing in disguise. Now you can finally trade in that beat-up old set and get yourself one of the new CBS Columbia full-fidelity TV receivers. The most advanced sets ever built. They have the new 360 full-fidelity sound system that reproduces right in your living room all the sparkle and richness that performers deliver into the studio microphones. CBS Columbia's 360 sound uses not one but two matched speakers facing in opposite directions to surround you with clear, natural sound such as never came out of a TV set before. The whole room plays. And the CBS Columbia picture system is equally advanced. It's called Full Fidelity Sight, and it contains all of today's latest, most important electronic refinements. It gives you a crystal clear, razor-sharp picture that's a joy to behold. CBS Columbia's Full Fidelity TV is an exciting new experience. Yet, it doesn't cost a penny more than an ordinary set, probably less. Go on down to your CBS Columbia dealers to see and hear the new CBS Columbia Full Fidelity TV set. There's nothing like it.
Oh, me, Andy. I only got a few hours left. What is it going to do?
Well, take it easy, Kingfish.
This is terrible, Andy. All the time I was giving my mom-in-law a second slice of roast beef, little did I know that the green orchid was sprouting on my Vigoro.
Well, stop worrying, Kingfish. You done sent for your lawyer, Calhoun. Maybe he can figure a way out of this mess.
Oh, I tell you, Andy, I don't know what in the world...
Hiya, fellow.
Well, Algonquin J. Calhoun.
Say, Calhoun, what did you think of this situation I phoned you about? My own mother-in-law has been living with me all these years, and all the time she's been a crook. Been stealing jewelry, holding people up, and taking their money. Ain't it a mess?
Oh, don't worry, Kingfish. I've been giving this thing a lot of thought, and I know exactly what you ought to do.
What is that, Calhoun?
Raise her rent.
Well, listen, Calhoun, this is serious. And on top of everything else, I overheard a conversation, and I think she is planning on foul-playing me.
Well, if you got the evidence on her, like you say, the thing to do is go right down to the police and turn her in.
Turn in my own mother-in-law?
Yes, sir. It's your duty, Kingfish. It's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, that's right. Calhoun is right, Kingfish. It's your duty as a citizen.
Yeah. Well, I guess you're right, boys. It's the only thing to do. Yeah, that's right. I'll go right home now and get the jewelry and the green dress. And then I'll take them down to the police station.
Yeah, it's a terrible thing, ain't it? The Kingfish's mama turning out to be a crook.
Yeah, it is. You know, I had an experience with a woman crook one time. I got on the commuter train one day, and even though there was a lot of empty seats, this pretty gal come over and sat right down next to me. Mm-hmm. Next thing I know, she kind of fell asleep and put her head on my shoulder. Yeah, then I felt her arms sneaking around my waist, kind of soft and gentle. She gave me a little hug and a squeeze. And you know something? When I got off the train, I discovered my watch was gone.
Oh, yeah. She done heisted the thing, huh?
Yeah. And I found out from the police that gal made a practice of working that train.
Yeah, well, what did you do, Calhoun?
What did I do? I bought myself half a dozen watches and a commutation ticket.
Yes, this is Sergeant Thompson calling from the 22nd Precinct. We just got a hot tip in the Green Orchid. Yeah, it's not a woman. It's a man disguised as a woman. Yeah, that's why we're having so much trouble catching him. He takes off his disguise after each job. Yeah. Now, if we can just find a guy carrying a green dress and some loot, we've got our man. Wait, I'll call you back. Two fellas just walked into the station. One of them's got a box under his arm. Looks like a lost and found case.
Excuse me, Miss Officer. Could you help us?
Yeah, we got something important to tell you.
Well, what is it?
Well, you see, it's this way. What was that?
Well, it's one of the cell doors closing in the back.
Yeah, well, what I wanted was, you say you got cells back there?
Certainly. This is a police station, isn't it?
Kingfish, I just remembered. I got to go home and turn the roast over.
Look, you're wasting my time. What do you want?
Who, me? Oh, well, yeah, would you excuse me a minute, officer, while I go over here in the corner for a minute and hobnob with my friend here? Come on, Andy. Andy, I can't do it. That iron door slamming there done something to me.
You got the cold chills up and down your spine, Kingfish?
Yes, Andy, right now it feels like an Eskimo chiropractor is giving me a massage.
Well, you got to do it, Kingfish. Your mom-in-law is planning on Mickey Finn and you into Never Never Land.
Right, Andy. Well, let's go back to the sergeant here. Sergeant?
Oh, you again.
Yes, I wanna... Oh, Anna, there goes that Eskimo again.
Sergeant, he wants to tell you about the Green Orchid.
Oh, he does. Well, I think we know just about all we need to know about the Green Orchid.
You know who she is?
She? The Green Orchid isn't a woman. It's a man.
Oh, no, she ain't. She just walked that way.
What are you talking about? The Green Orchid that's been doing all these robberies is a man disguised as a woman. If we can just pick up a guy carrying a green dress, we got our man.
Yeah? Hobnobbing time again. Excuse us, Mr. Sergeant. Come on, Andy.
What's the trouble now, Kingfish?
Andy, what has I got in this box?
A green dress.
And what is I?
A man.
And what is the police looking for?
A man with a green dress.
Well, don't you see what that means?
Holy mackerel, Kingfish, you is the Green Orchid.
Oh, you fool. The police will think I is, though. We got to get out of here.
Yeah.
Come on back to the sergeant. Mr. Sergeant.
Yeah?
Forget the whole thing.
What whole thing is that?
The thing that I was going to confess to you.
Oh, yeah. Hey, wait a minute, you. What have you got in that box there?
What box?
The box under your arm.
Oh, you mean this empty box that ain't got nothing in it?
Special no green dress.
Let me see that box.
Now, wait a minute. Don't wait a minute.
Well, look at here. A green dress and jewelry. So you're the Green Orchid. You and your pal came down here to give yourself up.
No, sir.
Well, then explain this jewelry and green dress.
Well, you see, all that happened was, the thing is that Mr. Officer, do you have a cell back there with a double bed in it? Why, Andy, this is the worst mess I done ever heard of. The Kingfish getting you and him locked up in jail like that?
Yeah, well, they questioned me all night, and then they let me go this morning.
Yeah, well, what about the Kingfish?
He's still sitting in that iron motel. They still think he's the Green Orchid.
Yeah, well, how does Sapphire and the Mama Miss Smith feel about the thing?
Oh, boy, they ain't never going to speak to that Kingfish again. Mr. Shepard found out about the mess, and he say he don't want to marry no family like that.
Oh, that's a shame, spoiling poor Mrs. Smith's chances like that.
Oh, yeah, that was bad. And Mr. Shepard say he's leaving town, and he never want to see her nor talk to her again.
Yeah, well, that's awful, Andy. You know, if the Kingfish hadn't interfered and messed things up, why, married to a wealthy man like that would have been happiness for them for the rest of their lives.
Yeah, that's right. Now the poor old gal has resigned to a life without romance. I understand this morning she sent her hot water bottle out to be revulcanized.
Oh, me, I've been in jail for 3 days. What a disgrace. Me in jail, Sapphire won't speak to me. Mama broken off with that Mrs. Shepard, and the police thinking I is the Green Orchid.
All right, Stevens, we're letting you out of here.
Oh, Mr. Officer, did someone go my bail? Did my friends come through for me?
Nope, the charges against you have been dropped. You're innocent.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, now hurry up and get out of that cell. We need it. We caught the real Green Orchid, and we're putting him in there.
Oh, you got the real Green Orchid, huh?
Yep, he's right here.
Yeah, well, just like, what? You the Green Orchid?
Yeah, that's right. And by the way, when you see Ramona, give her my love.
Oh, no, you can't do that.
Well, folks, we'd like to say goodnight now for our sponsor, CBS Columbia, manufacturers of America's most advanced radio and television receivers.
That's right, folks. These sets are engineered by CBS Columbia.
We're inviting all of you to go in and see the brand new CBS Columbia sets for 1955. And when you do, would you be kind enough to say that Amos and Andy sent you? Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Be sure to be with us at the same time next Sunday for the Amos and Andy Show, transcribed and directed by Cliff Howell. Tonight's program was brought to you by CBS Columbia, manufacturers of full-fidelity television receivers. Now, stay tuned for Our Miss Brooks, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
Of Campbell's Soup present George Burns and Tracy Allen and Henry King and his music. From the Louis Pond picture, that girl from Paris, Henry King and his orchestra are playing Love and Learn. George and Gracie will be with us in just a minute. Meanwhile, I want to ask this question. How good must the chicken soup be to become such a sensation that women are buying 3 times more of it today than they did only a short while ago? Well, I believe I can guess what your answer to that is. It must be extra good. And I know that the moment you taste Campbell's chicken soup, you'll agree with that, too. Chicken soup to be so extra good. It's the wonderful chicken flavor, the golden glistening chicken broth, the pieces of tender chicken meat, the snowy rice, the gentle seasoning, the appetizing through and through old-fashioned chicken soup goodness. I know you'll say it equals the best homemade chicken soup you ever had. It makes a particularly tempting, nourishing lunch or supper these cold days. So why not ask your grocer tomorrow for Campbell's chicken soup? And here are George and Gracie.
Well, Happy New Year, everybody. Happy New Year.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, boys, you certainly missed it. Did we have fun New Year's Eve, did we? Well, we had more fun than a barrel of bunkies.
A barrel of bunkies?
Yes.
Gracie, you mean a barrel of monkeys. Continue.
Well, that's what I said, a barrel of bunkies.
Well, for a minute, I thought you were wrong.
Yeah.
No matter.
Well, anywho, I I was with a party, and they were dancing, and everybody was glued to the stills.
Glued to the stills?
Yes.
Glued to the gills. You mean they were petrified?
Petrified?
I mean petrified. You've got me silly now.
Yeah, now.
Now, eh? Well, all right, so you had a good time.
Good time? Well, I was with a party of...
Five?
Yeah, well, that is, he'll be 85 in April. So...
Now, because the prunes were stewed, too.
Yeah? I don't get it.
Well, I don't either.
And you know, George, my granddaddy is so old that instead of taking for the drinks, he drinks for the shakes.
He's probably an old rumba dancer.
Mr. Field. And so, when we got home, my grandmother looked at my granddaddy and said, Hal, where have you been, Hal?
The kid's name is Hal?
Yeah, well, of course, she only calls him Hal for short. His whole name is Alcohol.
Oh, Alcohol, yes, Alcohol. So your grandmother asked your granddaddy where he'd been?
Yes, and he didn't answer. He just fell down the stairs with 2 quarts of liquor.
That's right. And did he spill the liquor?
No, he kept his mouth closed.
And Henry, what did you do New Year's?
Well, I went fishing through the ice.
Fishing through the ice? Well, that's a nice way of spending New Year's.
Yeah. I fished through the ice for 20 minutes until I got that cherry in the bottom of the glass.
And very good, too. And, Tony, what did you do for New Year's?
Well, George, I went out New Year's Eve. You know, I was a little homesick, and I didn't have a drink.
Well, now, I'm glad to hear that, Tony. On account of lips that touch liquor will never touch mine.
That's it. Your lips.
No, my liquor.
Tony, in case you should have any trouble with Gracie tonight, just call on me.
Oh, don't worry about me, George. Gracie's putty in my hand.
Oh, thanks, Tony. And I think you're putty, too.
All right. Putty. Well, Tony, I think there should be a wire for you. King, have you got a wire?
Yeah, Tony, here's a wire for you.
I'm sorry, it was my line.
George, you're lying. Thank you, Henry.
Keep this up, and I'll put you both back in the trunk. That's it.
Excuse me a minute, George.
Oh, yes, the wire. Come on, Tony. What's in the wire?
Well, what do you think I am? A gentleman never reveals confidences. Things like this are sacred. There's nothing in the wire, George. It's from Alice Faye, and she said she'll never meet her Tony Woney at the Twainy Waney when he arrives in Hollywoody, and she signs it Fazy Wazy.
Oh, I see. Double talk Fazy Wazy, eh? Isn't that pretty?
You know, George, every woman starts to talk baby talk when she's old enough.
I get it. Casey, why don't you make a resolution to manage your own business, and Henry, Tony, and I will manage to have a good time?
Well, I did make a resolution. I made a resolution that now Tony Martin can't even kiss me after he's off the program.
Okay. Tony Martin has never even tried to kiss you while he's on this program.
And why do you think he's going off this program?
I can't imagine, but I know it isn't Alice Faye.
Oh, no, but he can come back sometime.
When?
When Faye is gone and shadows
gone. Quiet. In other words, no kissy, no worky.
That's right. No necky, no checky.
No necky, no checky. Gracie, Tony Martin can't kiss you, or he'd be breaking your resolution.
Well, he doesn't have to hold me that tight, does he?
Love must be a marvelous thing.
Yes, I've heard it very highly spoken of.
Oh, yeah, that stuff gets around.
Yes.
Before this goes too far, I think I'd better confess. I sent the wire for a rib.
Why, no, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, this whole story came out of my head, and there's absolutely nothing in it.
Oh, Henry, you're just self-conscious.
Well, Ken Roberts, the only one on this program Gracie hasn't picked on is you.
Well, George, now isn't that peculiar?
Oh, yes, it's quite peculiar, yeah.
Our announcer here in New York is Ken Roberts, and our announcer in California is Ken Niles.
Yeah, Ken Roberts and Ken Niles. 2 Ken.
Oh, sure. You know, with Campbell's Chicken Soup, even their announcers have to come in pens.
Tony, the song.
In dreams I once designed you, then told a star that I would never find you, yet here you are, and now that I have met you, I'll never let you go.
best of you from Head Over Heels in Love. Accompanied by Henry King and his orchestra.
Accompanied by Henry King and his orchestra?
Yes.
Henry, did you ever hear of that game called Follow the Leader?
Certainly.
Oh, your musicians didn't.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Gracie, how does New York look to you after being away nearly a year?
Well, I've never seen any place so changed. The last time we were here, it was Tuesday, and now it's Wednesday.
I see. It's never a Tuesday on a Wednesday.
Oh, George, even when you're right, you sound silly.
I sound silly, huh?
But then again, sometimes you don't, and then again, I wouldn't think of it.
Sometimes I don't, and then again, you wouldn't think of it.
Yeah, because after all, it's more important to anybody than it is to other people, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Gracie, do you know what you're talking about?
Oh, thanks, George. I'm glad you understand.
Listen, one of these days, you're going to go with me to a brain specialist.
Oh, Frady cat, scared to go alone, huh?
If I had the teeny-weeny brain that you have...
You'd at least have a teeny-weeny brain.
Talking to you is like talking to a moving picture dummy.
Now, you've got no right to call him a moving picture dummy just because he makes love to Alice Faye.
I say.
Thanks, Gracie.
You're welcome, Tony.
Say, Tony, how are you enjoying your first visit to New York City?
Fine, Henry. Say, you remember that girl, Constance Wilson, that Alice Faye wished to take care of me?
Uh-huh.
Well, took me sightseeing.
Have you seen the Empire State Building, the aquarium, Grant's Tomb, and Old Point?
No, but I saw Milgram's today.
You did? Well,
oh, now, I think it's silly to visit those foolish places like Central Park and the Bronx Zoo and the Metropolitan Museum of Art and Radio City when you can go sightseeing in a dress shop like Milgram's.
I think you've got something, Gracie.
Oh, you should have seen Constance when I bought her that mink coat. She was like a kid with a new toy.
You bought her a mink coat? Yeah. Henry, did you?
I heard. He bought her a mink coat. Ken?
I know. We bought her a mink coat.
You bought her a mink coat and you only know her a week?
Oh, sure. You don't think Tony would buy mink coats for strangers, do you?
Well, now I feel better.
Of course, I didn't just buy it for Constance.
Oh, no. You knew it would make Alice Faye happy.
Sure. She's Alice's girlfriend.
Well, I know how you feel, Tony. Any friend of Alice's is a mink coat from you.
You said it, they say.
Speaking of mink coat, look who's coming.
Oh, hello, Tony boy.
Hello, Connie.
How do you do, Miss Allen?
Well, I don't do as well as you do.
It's coming.
I hear you've been minxing this afternoon.
Oh, Tony, that coat is beautiful, and I adore those dresses and shoes.
Oh, so you've been shoeing and dressing, too. Did you do any hatting and gloving?
You know, Miss Wilson, Alice Faye is a very lucky person to have a girlfriend like you that Tony can buy things for.
Oh, I hated to have him spend so much money on me.
Oh, but if it makes Tony happy, who are you to deny him any pleasure?
Well, that's just what I said to myself. Constance, you mustn't be selfish.
Oh, you know, Tony, I think you ought to buy Constance an automobile. You owe it to Alice.
Now, don't get sarcastic, Gracie. Miss Wilson has meant a lot to Tony.
Thanks, George.
Yes, he came to New York a stranger. And I took him to Milgram's, and I took him to Saks Fifth Avenue, and I took him to Tiffany.
Oh, I can see you certainly took him.
I think Miss Wilson has done a lot of good for Tony.
Well, nobody could have done any more good for him.
Outside of May West.
Well, I'm thinking...
My mind is in Egypt tonight.
You're telling me.
Yes, I'm thinking very seriously of letting Tony take me to Hollywood. I might go into moving pictures.
Oh, well, now it would be foolish to go all the way to Hollywood. You could see the same pictures here in New York.
Well, Gracie, Constance heard of a part at Paramount, and my agent might be able to get it for her.
What kind of a part is it?
Well, it's the part of a young girl who... Oh, but why should I talk about it? I'm probably too late for it now.
Yeah, about 20 years.
I'd love to see you get it, Connie. The part of a sweet, young, innocent...
Oh, don't be silly, Tony. Miss Wilson doesn't want to play character parts.
Gracie, are you trying to insult Miss Wilson?
I'm not even trying.
I can see that, yes.
I'll have you know that the only reason I took Tony Martin into Milgram's is because he wanted to use the telephone.
Oh, now I understand. And he was ashamed to come out without buying anything, so he bought you a mink coat.
Gracie, will you stop making a fuss over measly $5,000?
Listen to me, Gracie Allen. If I had that mink coat here now, I'd throw it right at you.
What size is it?
What size is it?
I just did what Tony told me to do. He told me to pick out a coat to match my personality.
Oh, and they were all out of weasel, huh?
Good night, my love. Fine plump table chickens and then use every bit of the good tender meat exclusively for making chicken soup? That's exactly what Campbell's do to give you the finest chicken soup you ever tasted. And they simmer the broth slowly until every golden drop is delicious with chicken flavor and rich with nourishing chicken goodness. I could go on talking all night about it, telling you of the many different things that Campbell's skilled chefs do to perfect its wonderful flavor and deep down richness. But I'd rather have the soup say it all for itself. For I know you'll then agree that it equals the finest homemade chicken soup you ever tasted. So why not serve Campbell's chicken soup for lunch tomorrow? And here are George and Gracie.
Because we're leaving for Hollywood tomorrow, and the people of New York have been so nice to me, I'm going to leave them my recipe on how to make a Hollywood sweetie pie.
A Hollywood sweetie pie?
Yes.
Well, that ought to be interesting, and I know that they'll admire your crust.
Oh, please, George. Recipe.
Yes.
Now, first Take a couple of berries.
Blueberries or blackberries?
Oh, no, Wallace berries.
Oh, Wallace berries, the big ones, yes.
Now, have you got 2 bowls, Tony?
2 bowls?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, use a good-looking one.
Which one is that?
John.
John Bowl. That's that big bowl, yes.
And then you add a wrap of spice.
I know that, but who's spice?
Ginger.
Oh, yes, ginger.
But not too much ginger. It'll give you heartburn.
I get it, and I suppose if you haven't got enough, you can always bury more?
Nice work, Dick. More power to you.
Thanks. Yes, what do you do then?
Then you add a little butterworth.
Just a tracer?
Yes.
I see.
Then you light the stove and you put the pie in the Oberon.
In the Oberon, yes.
But don't let it stand with overnight.
Don't let it stand with overnight. This is really an easy recipe.
Oh, it's not a hardy.
A hearty. I get it, yes.
Now, the trick is to let it simmer twice.
The trick is to let it simmer twice?
Yes, simmer.
And is it good?
Is it good? Oh, boy, yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, I think we've had
George,
enough.
I think somebody wants to see you. There's a guy standing outside.
Guy standing? I'm going to have trouble with you, too,
Well, is he tall and handsome? Has he got beautiful eyes and an adorable face and a kissable mouth?
Oh, no.
Well, then tell him I don't want any.
I see. I'll tell him, Gracie, when he comes in. Gracie, every man isn't tall and handsome. Once in a while, you run across a man who's dull and homeless.
Oh, George, you must get over that inferiority complex.
Well, I'll do my best.
I'm from Melbourne, the credit department. I'm here to check up on an account that was opened by a Mr. Tony Martin. He gave your name as reference.
Oh, sure, you don't have to worry about him.
Oh, thank you. Because we're to deliver a mink coat and dresses to a Miss Constance Wilson, and I thought that if you...
Oh, Tony Martin.
Yes.
Say, George, was he fired last week or the week before?
Gracie, Tony Martin just got through singing the song.
Oh, you see, mister, I told you he was through.
Oh, George, will you help me out?
Okay, listen, mister, this is just a lover's quarrel. You see, Miss Allen wants Mr. Martin to kiss her, and because he refuses to kiss her...
I'm only a credit man. I'm not interested in kissing.
well, I'm not either.
Well, I am. Gracie, I'll kiss you.
I see. This is our Mr. King who wants to be kissed.
Mister, have you any objections to kissing?
Oh, no.
Well, good. Then you kiss Mr. King, and I'll devote all my time to Tony.
Gracie, I think you've got something there.
Kiss Mr. King. Say, I'm a credit man from Milgers, and I'm not kissing a man.
Are you insinuating Henry King isn't a man?
Henry, why did you stop it?
Well, I just said I'd kiss Gracie and...
Quiet. Had enough of it.
me, but I'm from Tiffany's jewelry store.
Oh, well, then you kiss him.
What is it, mister?
Tony Martin gave a Gracie Allen as reference and bought a diamond ring from her.
So Tony also bought Constance ring, a diamond Wilson? Oh, nuts. Here I am talking like a fool.
Oh, well, George, I'm glad to see that you're all self again.
Yes.
I bought Constance a diamond ring because she wanted something to go with her mink coat. Is his credit okay, Miss Allen?
Oh, certainly. It won't take him long to find another job.
Yes.
Say, there's a chance of us not getting our money. Then we better not recommend the account. Yeah, I always take care of my business obligations.
Tony, why don't you kiss her and get it over with?
That's my business.
Well, then stop neglecting your business.
I think so, too.
If I want to give Constance Wilson a mink coat and a diamond ring, that's my affair. And who's going to stop me?
We are. Listen, boys, you got them all wrong.
Here's a telegram for you, Tony.
That's probably another one of Henry's jokes. Give it to George.
Wait a minute. Henry, this is really from Hollywood. Listen to this. Dear Tony, I'm listening to your broadcast, and I don't know any Constance Wilson, and didn't tell anybody to look you up. The woman is an imposter. Signed, Alice Faye. What?
Oh, just as I thought. That Wilson girl is nothing but a gold digger and a cook.
3 people,
Let's see that. Well, I guess you're right, Gracie.
You got to be thankful, Tony. Gracie saved you a lot of money.
Oh, well, I was glad to do it. If there's anything I heard, it's a gold digger. How any woman can take mink coats and diamonds from a man, I can't understand.
Gracie, I know you saved me a lot of money, and to show you my appreciation, I'd like to give you a little gift.
Oh, forget it, Tony. Don't be silly.
Well, that's all right, Gracie. You saved him a mink coat and a diamond ring. If he wants to show his appreciation by giving you a little gift, let him do it.
Oh, all right, Tony, if it'll make you happy.
Ah, that's swell, Gracie. Now, what would you like me to give you?
Oh, I know. Just a mink coat and a diamond ring.
Henry, the music.
a bit of money, still the combination would be swell. Oh, baby, what I do, with plenty of money and you, in spite of the worry that money brings, just a little filthy lucre buys a lot of things, and you can take me to places I like to go, but outside of that, I'm no use for dough. It's the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval, but give me that money and you go. Dig a little deeper. Dig a little deeper. That's the gold digger's lullaby. I'd like a photo that was made of me. I'd like to have vintage champagne and dreams. I'd like a silk-cut emerald diamond ring. And you can't imagine how much joy I can bring. And after all the Rivieras in winter time, and climb the Sierras in summertime, shows the root of all evil, of strife and upheaval. But I'm certain, honey, that my silky Johnny, there's plenty of money and you.
The makers of those fine Campbell soups invite you to listen in and laugh with George Burns and Gracie Allen again next Wednesday. Meanwhile, remember that you can have the finest chicken soup you ever tasted simply by asking for Campbell's chicken soup. You'll find it to be the delicious, nourishing, old-fashioned kind.
If you're listening in, Henry King, our orchestra leader, is marrying Vilma Lewis right after our broadcast tonight. And if you're not listening in, Vilma Lewis is marrying Henry King, our orchestra leader, right after our broadcast tonight, and vice versa, and we're invited. And Gracie Scoop Allen.
Speaking, this is the Columbia Broadcasting Service.